There, the thing is going to the thing. You'll love to see
Are you
it.
sure it's going to the thing?
Give me a second.
Going to
it'll
the
pop up
correct
here.
thing.
Yeah, there it is.
I see the thing.
What about the person or place? Is he going to those?
No.
Why would a person or a place go to the thing? That's just absurd.
Ugh,
Because nouns can be many things.
ridiculous.
I see the thing. The thing is visible.
But is the thing audible?
No, Audible is a book. It is like the audiobook arm of Amazon.
Treble.
What?
Treble.
I mean, it sounds fine.
Treble.
What?
I'm ashamed of you.
Listen, I've been playing a lot of Dragon Quest this like at work, and listen the puns. Okay, in Dragon Quest 9, there is a town called Zere, Zere, and the plot of that little section is that a guy goes and he makes a duplicate of the town out of rock, and the name of the place is Xerox, and he made a copy of the town using rocks. And
We got
listen,
it. We understood.
So it's a Xerox copy.
that pun.
I saw
I
a
have-
video this week about someone trying to quantify how long it would take to actually get every achievement in Dragon Quest IX. It's not pretty.
Can you beat Dragon Quest 9?
It's one of
with
the
just a
most
single
depressing
red
things.
mage?
Like, it makes Final Fantasy 14 actually look reasonable.
Yeah, no, 14's achievement game is a long haul.
I think adding achievements to MMOs was a mistake
Yeah.
and a disservice to their players, just in general.
Yeah.
When
I mean, you
achievements-
can't do a greater disservice to an MMO player than what they're doing to themselves, logging in every day. Jesus.
the
But
It
it's
makes
okay,
a
'cause
subset
now
of
that-
players really happy.
But it's okay. FF14 has beagles in it now. It's adorable.
No, okay, yeah, that makes things better.
Somebody showed me that, and I was like, "Oh, is that Stamp from Final Fantasy VII?" Genuinely thought that.
Anyway, I'm trying to cause I'm trying to stall for time here.
Yeah,
As
who has a 100-word summary of what this room is and what's about to happen here?
First we play the Wii Fit Trainer music.
I don't have it queued up, sorry.
I actually
Oh,
don't know what that
darn.
music is. I had to look this up.
just picture the Wii menu music and you'll be fine. The eShop music. And stop playing everybody's
Is that the
head.
background to this fight? Deet, 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 deet.
Yeah. No, we did-
Harvest Moon.
we did
I
a we did a dungeon. We found a illicit mimic juice lab.
We did.
We reported it, then we came down here, we did some exploration and fought Mephits. So we're back to we have incremented 1 week without Mephits. Oh, actually no, we haven't, because we don't know. There could be more Mephits in this week.
Yeah, you never know.
At the end of the session, we will increment back to 1 week without Mephits. And then we came in here and Leo saw the most perfect thing he's ever seen in his life, and the rest of his party's being rude, and he's gonna have to ask them to leave.
With violence.
With fisticuffs.
The only way he knows how. Leo's life philosophy is ABP. So, you know,
All points
Also-
bulletin.
no, I'll always be punching.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood that.
He
It's fine.
explained the joke on Discord, but he never explained it publicly. I was waiting to see if he would.
I wasn't going to explain the joke at all. I figured it was self-evident.
Who's
with
you know what I
how
like
Leo
about
has
this
acted.
encounter is I don't have to do anything.
Yeah.
I don't have to do anything.
I'm probably not gonna have to do anything either, because if you look at the thing over here, I'm gonna get pooped. I am at the bottom.
It's okay. Your fit trainer goes before me.
You are the least dangerous person in this encounter.
But he's gonna insult you with vicious mockery, and you're gonna have to mute your microphone or risk all of us hearing you cry.
Fine, I'm already dead inside. You can't stop me.
Excellent.
You can't
Who's
hurt
at
me
the top
more.
of the
Okay.
order?
Yeah, who's initiative nerd first? Let's go. Let's start there.
Sure. Let me do it. I haven't done it yet.
I did
Okay.
last week. Yeah.
Okay,
I'm gonna
Treble,
start-
you can do it.
Oh, what is this
Treble.
Discord
Right.
overlay
top of
in
the-
Tabletop Simulator? What is this?
Oh yeah,
did-
when they
did that-
updated that.
Yeah, they updated Discord. I wrote a very
No,
nasty
how do I turn that
email.
off?
Or
Go
a
to
very
go to
nasty response.
settings.
Yeah. It'll ask you what you think about it and why you're turning it off. Mention that their UX person is probably going to help because I did.
All right, so go to which
Yeah,
settings?
I
There's
put
like
some-
4 different places to go to settings inside Discord.
Go all the way down where it
A
says
gear
activity
icon next
settings,
to your
game
name.
overlay.
User settings.
I haven't updated Discord yet. No, I don't want to.
Scroll all the way
game
down
overlay,
to
here it
activity
is.
settings, game overlay,
Why is this
and just
on?
turn that shit off. Because app
They
makers
want
you
use
to
your
use
feature
it.
for
Going
private.
If you have a
review
moment, please
settings.
let us know why you're disabling overlays so we can make the
Oh, yeah.
experience better.
Yeah, never turn this on. That will make my experience better.
I hated this
That's what I
so much that I would rather burn to death than use this functionality. Thank you.
That was very polite of you to include thank you at
You
the
know
end.
what? I don't feel like being impolite is helpful in this situation.
Anyway,
I
Genevieve's
was
up
less
first,
polite.
followed by
Uh,
Geppa.
I'm okay. Let's see here.
Yeah, let's get into the headspace, guys. Let's stop whining about every other thing.
That was
No,
worth whining about.
That's
That's
worth
also
whining
true.
about, yeah.
All right. Is Genevieve going to go ahead and finish this encounter in one turn?
Oh goodness, no! Genevieve has like no offensive capability whatsoever. Damn it! The only spell that I have that could really attack you is a dexterity saving throw, and I don't think that you would fail that.
Treble could roll badly. You never know.
I
mean,
could.
I could.
Also, I'm not the Leo is not the only person on the board. You guys do
Yeah.
not have to destroy Leo.
Yeah, well, I mean, this person basically. What does Genevieve see? She sees Leo, and then also like, what is this? Is it a copy of Leo,
She
or
sees this
It is
like
a-
mannequin-looking, like incredibly
Fiction.
athletic, karate, androgynous humanoid thing.
Okay, I think incredibly athletic means don't make it make a dexterity save. So Genevieve's just gonna like shocking grasp it.
Okay.
I have 16 to hit.
You have to ask
Oh,
Leo
no.
if that hits. Leo,
No, it
what's
does
your
not
current
hit.
HP?
My current HP is. I was going to ask you this. I have 19 hit points and 2 temporary hit points.
So 19 and 2 temp.
Yes,
And what's your maximum HP?
19.
19. Okay. So for at the start of this encounter, Leo, you have however many key points you had. The Wii Fit trainer has whatever your maximum number of key points is.
I had my maximum number, so
Well,
I'm
then-
good.
I think
I've
you're
gotten good
equipped to
for-
do some real damage in this fight. I think you're selling yourself
It-
short.
It
Yeah.
depends. But I've got to get through. I've got to get a long way through, and you got to remember, like Hugo's a fighter and he rolls a d12.
So what did Genevieve just do?
Yes.
She reached for the mannequin creature and zappy pew pews, and unfortunately, it's a little more dodgy than she expected.
I'm going to say this now. I know Treble doesn't need to be reminded of this, but I'm going to say this now. When I run an encounter like this, where one of the PCs is dominated, I expect the player to go all out. I expect the player to be an absolute turncoat. And Treble said last week, like, I'm going to do everything I can to destroy all of you. So, yeah, I want to see a real fight here.
Tried to throw Nodal out of an airlock when he was an air elemental.
Yeah,
He
that's
did.
pretty good.
If you had waited until after the test to do this, I would have been able to do extraordinary damage to these a-holes.
That's why this is in the training dungeon.
Yeah.
Anyway, it is why this is that's exactly right. It's in the training dungeon
Yeah.
because you have to know what happens if, like, Superman goes evil. Make sure you got kryptonite in your utility belt, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
That's
is
exactly
Leo's
why this is in the
kryptonite?
training dungeon.
Yeah.
What is
So-
Leo's kryptonite? A poorly executed roundhouse?
Yes. So,
So
Jen,
Genevieve goes. She's gonna end her turn and she's gonna go, oh man, and then she goes, I wonder if Tempest was the one that they all had to fight, and then ends her turn.
Tempest cannot. I thought there was a non-zero chance this would be the room where Tempest would have to drop it and save you. Anyway, so Jen, you're staying put there.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait here.
Not going to leave 2 threat ranges. Okay.
Probably smart if I don't.
Who's next?
Geppa with Hugo.
Okay, does either of you have 20 or fewer max HP?
Both of them. do.
Or
Question.
total current HP. Current HP. I'm casting Sleep Center here. I get rolled 20 hit points.
So question.
Yeah.
If it counts temp hit points, both of us
doesn't.
have 21. If it doesn't, we both have 19.
It doesn't count temp hit points. It says hit points, not temporary.
How do you determine ties for sleep? I don't know.
I'll just let you pick. I'll let the player break ties.
Let's put Léopold to sleep.
He's unconscious.
I told you, I knew this was gonna happen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I centered on Léopold. That makes
Okay.
sense because I think it goes outward on ties. That's my turn.
Okay. Staying put there. Who's next?
Oh, I also cast Shillelagh's bonus action. Sorry.
So after him, it's Hugo followed by Wefit.
Hugo is going to move around to here in front of Alister.
Okay.
And he's going to ask Wefit Trainer a question.
Very good.
The question is, does a 13 hit?
Nope.
How about I cry? That's going to end my turn.
All right. I'm looking up the sleep spell because I'm trying to see if you can. Can you wake? Can you like shake somebody awake
As an action.
As an action.
as an action? Okay.
Or you can punch yourself once. I think any damage breaks sleep. Or you're low, send one at yourselves.
All right. Thank you.
Right? Am I wrong on that?
No, that's
No,
correct.
you're right.
Yeah.
So, Wefit Trainer's going to. No, because that would be an auto crit.
It would.
I'm trying to think, like. Yeah, screw it. Monster don't care.
Tough love.
All right, I take. Take 9 damage.
Ooh.
So that puts me down to 12. Keeping track of that. I am now awake. And then the monster is going to flurry of blows. Geppa. So attack number 1.
Conventional wisdom
Does-
throughout Dungeons and Dragons communities is that DMs should never ever do this. Don't use the spell dominate person or dominate monster to make the party fight itself.
Does a 14 hit Geppa?
No, shield. Like my physical shield. Carrying my metal shield.
Okay. Does a 25 hit Geppa?
Yes.
Okay. Geppa, you take 9 points of damage.
Okay. But I dealt
Yeah.
12 already, so.
Okay, that is the bonus action of the creature, and it's basically surrounded. So,
Yeah. Who's next?
it is Alister, followed by me.
Okay. I need both Leo and Geppa to make a DC 13 charisma save.
Geppa.
Or not Geppa, whatever your clone is. But
Yes. Give me 1 sec.
Wow, Chris, you just kind of you're scrambly today.
I'm always scrambly.
That's what he
Leo
said.
and
before I was
Leo's
asleep,
clone.
so.
Well, I rolled a 20 for me and a 1 for the creature.
Alright, well, your creature is baned.
Okay, I will keep that in mind.
I don't think I have a bonus action. Oh no, I do have a bonus action. Hugo, you have a bardic inspiration dice.
Sick.
All right, who's next?
It is me. I made it. Half my movement to stand up.
Yep.
Hugo.
What?
Does a 19 hit you?
Yeah, it does.
You take 9 points of damage.
Ow.
You've only seen
'Cause I
those
rolled a
roundhouse kicks up until now.
Yep. All right. Bonus action, martial arts. Does a 18 hit you, Hugo?
Yes.
You take 5 points of bludgeoning damage.
I'm not down yet.
No, 6 points. Excuse me.
I'm not
Yeah.
down yet.
Okay. Flurry of blows.
Getting precarious here.
You.
You can't martial
Okay,
arts
so
and flurry blows at the same turn. They're both bonus actions.
Oh.
correct.
Oh, okay. My intention was to use all my key points all at once. But like, if you want, I can not declare that.
Well, you can use as many key points as you want, but martial arts and flurry of blows are both bonus actions, so you have to pick one.
Right. Yeah. Sorry. Yes, I know I get that, but I was.
Did you want to use
My intent
flurry of
was
blows instead and punch him again?
Yes, that's what I was planning on doing.
Do that then.
Okay.
You're not a cipher. You can make the non-cipher bonus.
That's a 23 to hit.
Yes.
I will endeavor to that it's 7 points. I will endeavor to make in the future correctly declare that.
At 5th level, you'll get extra attack. Then you get your 2 attacks. Then you can do flurry of blows. That's how you get to 4. Monk players get that mixed up a lot, in my experience.
I
Make
am.
a death save.
Yeah. Treble, I hate you so much.
I'm not. Well, how,
fall
okay.
prone.
So how does this work, Brickroad? Because I am like, are we just not allowed to do non-lethal damage now?
When
Because
you bring
Hugo-
a creature to 0 damage, you can decide whether it's lethal or non-lethal, as long as you're using a melee weapon and not a spell or a ranged weapon. So you can
How
Leo
does
can
that
decide
interact
in
with
this
the-
moment
is it-
if you're just knocking Hugo unconscious or if you want Hugo to die.
Well, I don't want him to die.
Okay, so you can just knock him unconscious and he's not making death saves.
Okay.
Okay, so question. So you can knock somebody unconscious, and they can't act anymore.
Mhm.
But if you kill them, they can still act. That seems a little backwards.
Well, if he was going to kill
How did you go-
Hugo's still dying.
Yeah, he's still dying, but Hugo's still conscious and can act on his turn. Whereas
Right.
if he's unconscious, he can't.
Correct. That's what unconscious means. What Treble is saying is he doesn't want Hugo making death saves and being at risk of death here. He's just trying to knock, because his goal is to knock them unconscious and drag them out of the room so he can continue his date in peace.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is because he's choosing to do that,
Mhm.
Hugo no longer has the option when his turn comes around, assuming that the clone doesn't kill him, to take an action to second wind and heal himself.
Correct. He's unconscious.
Because so being unconscious is now more powerful than being killed, essentially.
Not necessarily.
This is a very weird edge case when that would come up because normally creatures would just want to.
I don't see it
Kill
as an
you.
egg cage. Unconscious is a completely
See, I-
separate condition from.
My thought is that it should just be you automatically pass the death save if someone decides to go for non-lethal damage, as opposed to since that's the new rule is that you make a death save. I would think that trying to knock someone unconscious just means they automatically pass. They end with 1 passed death save, which means I might still incidentally bleed out, which I kind of like because there's a little more uncertainty there, which I think makes sense in a chaotic melee. But
The difference there is that in this case, Leo wants Hugo to be stable. There's no chance of Hugo bleeding out here.
okay,
He's just knocked out. You can knock people out. We're gonna allow players to knock people out if they want to.
yeah, it won't usually come out.
Yeah, you guys usually just want to kill my monsters. You don't ever want to be like, we'll just knock out this goblin. We need to murder this goblin
Oh.
and tear its ears off and then pee down its eye holes. That's usually what happens.
I do like
very different rule.
I do how like this rule change is like 10 minutes into the session has already started another argument.
There's no argument because I've made my ruling. Hugo's unconscious.
All right. That was my action and my bonus action, and it's the end of my turn.
Okay, you're staying put there. Who's next? I thought I'd be able to take a
Genevieve.
nice break during this combat. I thought I wouldn't have anything to do.
Genevieve, followed by Geppa.
I'm gonna provoke this attack of opportunity.
I mean, I'll
Ow.
take it.
Oh yeah. You could either go the other way and not provoke the attack of opportunity.
I can't go between these two. Wait, does this
Oh.
not have a reaction?
It does.
Everything has a reaction. There's no way I can get to Leo without moving out of someone's threat range. Because I
Oh.
can't move through Leo.
Correct.
Does a 22 hit?
Yeah, 22 will hit.
Okay, please take 8 points of bludgeoning damage.
Stop rolling so high, damn it!
I'm
Keep rolling
sorry.
high. The higher you roll, the more fun this is.
All right. Hugo, heal 9.
Oh, thank you. I'm just really mad at Treble rolling so high.
Listen, I got Soccer Frontier and I'm riding high.
I'm actually using
This is why we don't want him to win Nintendo Directs.
Genevieve puts her hand on your shoulder and she says, "Beat the shit out of him.
Wow.
He just punched me too," she says to the invisible voice that criticized her.
Is that it for Jen?
What invisible voice?
Oh, great. Now I'm hearing things. That's how much my head is ringing.
Stanley Parable narrator.
Genevieve was actually fine. That's her turn.
It's Geppa, followed by Hugo.
All right.
Well, sleep does seem to be our best offensive spell if the creature keeps hitting.
Yeah, I'm
Léopold.
gonna just cast another sleep.
Okay.
Centered on Leo.
See, now this time
So that's 21 maximum hit points. So I don't think that's not enough to get both of them, right?
No. The creature's at full hit points.
So now we have 2 people unconscious. No, Hugo's back
Oh.
up. Just
Hugo's
laying down.
conscious. He's just
Hugo's
prone.
conscious now. I'm
Yeah.
prone now.
Leo, this is the second nap you've taken in 13 seconds.
Yeah.
Must
Anything
be
else
nice
from
getting
Geppa?
some sleep.
No, that's it.
All right, who's
Okay,
next?
Hugo, it's your turn.
Have my movement to stand up. And yeah, let's try and cut this thing in half because I'm really annoyed. First thing I'm going to do though is bonus action and second win because Léopold needs to not, and I only get 4 fucking hit points back. All right, now let's put an axe in this thing. Spark inspiration. Thank you. 16 to hit.
AC 17.
Monks are banned from this table from now on.
Didn't you play 2 monks over the course of?
That's why I don't like it being used against me. Next turn.
It is now the Wii Fit trainers thing, and it's going to punch Geppa because he keeps putting me to sleep.
The
And I
trainer is
don't-
baned.
I know. Thank you for reminding me, though. I have a big note here.
I'm
Just
keeping you
Bane.
honest.
All right. Let's see. Attack number
Or
1.
17 until you hit it.
That is not going to hit. That is a 4 on die. -2.
Looks like a 1 on die to me. Oh, 2.
And flurry of blows does a 12. Does a 19 hit?
Geppa holds his arm out and bands metal streak out of it and wrap around him as a protective shield. So now, looking for
Okay.
23 now.
All right. Genevieve, you get the third attack.
Rude.
Does a 18 hit Genevieve?
Ah, no, it doesn't. As she holds up her metal shield. It's not as fancy, but it does the trick.
Does the job just fine.
Yeah.
All right. That's the end of the monster's turn.
Oh man, 18, best number when you have AC 19.
So after the monster, it is Léopold, not Léopold, it is Alister, followed by me, who is asleep.
Well, you're asleep, so you're not a threat. And the creature's already baned, so I'm sorry to inform you, Leo's clone, but your roundhouse kicks are like sloppy sidekicks.
That's a 23 on the save.
I have asses.
Wow, that one
That's
hurt my
action.
feelings.
Hugo, you have another bardic inspiration dice.
Wii Fit Trainer knows that they have the most sublime and perfect roundhouse kicks.
Yeah, it's true.
Thank you for the. Thank you for that.
I'm gonna step back.
So Leo is unconscious. Jen, it's your turn, followed by Geppa.
Where is my spell? Oh, come on. Please load. Okay, so Genevieve's going to target one of these, like, I guess I'm going to call it a cushion, and it's going to launch towards you. Make a dexterity saving throw.
Sure.
While baned.
Nah, that's going to be a fail. I rolled a 3.
Okay.
So, hold on. -2, so that's a 1. Plus 7, that's an 8.
Okay, that's a fail. The creature takes 17 bludgeoning damage as it gets bombarded by heart-shaped cushions.
All right.
Launched at, like, frightening speed. You're gonna love this, she shouts.
Well, creature's not looking good.
How many hit points left?
That
4.
4 hit points left. Okay.
Okay. And she will stay put.
After Genevieve, it's Geppa, followed by Hugo.
All right, I'm going to cast Booming Blade and attack the creature.
Okay.
That hits an armor class of 22.
Yep, that hits. I don't think you can do less than 4 points of damage.
9 bludgeoning damage magical.
That's the end of Wii Fit Trainer.
Oh no.
The obese sound plays, which I just learned was a thing.
Leo, are you currently unconscious?
I'm asleep.
Asleep. Well, so the answer to the question is yes.
Yes.
That ends the combat because both combatants are unconscious, which is the win condition for the party. So we can come off initiative now. You guys, the creature just kind of vanishes out of existence in a puff of logic.
We've asleep for about the next half minute. I don't know if that fixed them.
The question is, what do you guys now do with Leo?
Hugo sets his
Genevieve's gonna
jaw back
punch
into
him.
place.
Genevieve's gonna punch him.
Ow.
I mean,
Not with shocking grasp. Like, she has a strength of 8, so it does 0.
Can I do 1?
Oh, it does? I thought
Yeah.
it subtracted.
You can't.
Yeah,
A successful attack can't do less than 1 damage. Can I make telepathic contact with Leo?
Not while he's unconscious. Unless you have a way to contact him while he's unconscious.
No, it doesn't say anything specific about that. So
Doesn't punching him wake him up?
Yeah, if you do 1 point
Yeah.
of damage, it does.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm
it's
actually
not-
going to do 1 point of damage.
It's an
I'll
auto
slap
crit.
him. I'll
It's an
slap
auto-
him. Yeah.
oh yeah. Oh,
Well, I
yeah.
double the dice, and I don't roll a dice on a D1. Actually, is it a D1 or is it just a 1? You know, I'm
Just-
not going to worry about
It's
it.
1 plus
Yeah.
your strength mod, minimum of 1 damage.
Yeah, so 1.
But yeah, no, it's
I'm
awake.
Did the creature vanish like in a poof of smoke?
Yeah, the creature's
a
gone.
puff of logic.
A puff.
Is there any keys on the ground?
No.
Leo, are you okay?
Leo, like,
Aside from us hitting you?
do I feel the need to continue punching them?
No, you do not. In fact, you feel really
I d-
silly about what just happened.
I no longer feel that. No, I never feel silly about punching things.
Okay.
Leo, your roundhouse kicks
Oh.
will never be that good.
Dude, you knocked Hugo
I-
unconscious, and then you came after me.
I would okay. Can
Unlocking your door at night.
Can I punch Alister when he leaves my threat range?
That's up to Alister.
No.
Anyway,
Why, that's gonna hurt in the morning. Hugo just kind of wanders off in this direction.
I'm sorry,
Hugo.
Hugo.
Are you okay?
No,
Hugo, there's a door down here we didn't check out.
I need a minute.
Can we take a break? Maybe not in this room. I mean, red's my favorite color, but like, I'm considering a makeover of my room.
These are green doors we don't have a key for.
That is correct.
Yeah, but there is a door down here we haven't checked.
That one's also green, I do believe.
Well, Alister, if you don't mind.
After you. You okay, Hugo? You need healing?
Yeah.
Okay, take a cure wounds. It's a D8 plus 3.
Oh, I was gonna say,
Well-
should we short rest?
I'm sorry. So
You
I
have
know
that out of
you-
your system now?
Yeah. Is that all out of your system now?
I think I could. I mean, while I was asleep, I think I figured out how to punch with fire. I'll show you guys later.
What?
Chris,
Change
how
over
much,
to
are you
dream.
how much are you healing me for?
It's a D8 plus 3.
Well, you have to
Well,
roll it.
yeah, homie.
Oh, I'm used to other people rolling.
It's your damn spell.
Yeah, that's why I'm scared.
You have to
You get
roll.
6.
Say, wait, I have to roll my own spell? Ugh.
You've been rolling everything for me, Brick. It's been great.
So all the
Hugo-
doors
Hugo-
we have left are green.
Yeah, it looks like it. This is the only door that doesn't have a mark on it. So either that or we have mismarked.
Let me.
Yeah, I don't think we even gave this door any attention.
Right,
This
because
is
we
green,
came in this
this
from
is
this way.
green.
We just came this way.
This. I don't think anybody's tried yet. And this, I don't think anybody's tried yet.
These
Well,
have
those were-
both
those
been
were
marked green.
Yeah, we.
And
we
then
at
there's
least looked
this
at 'em.
right here, but I think that's green too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
first
Yeah, I
one
think that
down.
one's
Yeah.
green.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then this is nothing, is my understanding.
Correct.
I don't think. I think.
These doors here are not. Oh no, they would be green. Yeah, you're right. Okay, that's how I must have ruled it last week. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's why I marked him as such.
And McDohl would never
Yeah.
make a mistake ever.
Oh,
No, I-
never. Not even once. Not even like letting Léopold off the leash.
We didn't. I don't think we're done in there because we didn't get our units of fake treasure.
Oh,
We
I'm
didn't,
sorry.
But
I'm so sorry. That's when you
Oh, did we?
did we get units of fake treasure?
do.
Does the treasure fall on Leo's head? Because it should.
It really should.
It just
Like,
opens
I'll-
up in the
I'll-
center of the room, and you get 10 units of fake treasure.
Leo's standing there going, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry," and it just gets pelted by like rubber gems, and he sighs and picks it all up.
It's like you can't do that on television.
Then we're going to the south corner down
You
here.
got gacked by the treasure.
Yeah. Go
Hugo
south.
opens up the door without checking for traps. Excellent.
How many units of fake treasure?
10.
10. Gotcha.
I'm assuming you took it.
Yeah.
Looking in this room, it's a large study. You can see a table for magical experiments on one end and a large, almost throne-like enormous chair next to a huge table with all kinds of accoutrements on it. Bookshelves line the walls. It looks simultaneously somehow cozy and foreboding.
Does the so stepping in, does the workbench this
You
this
step
is
in,
something
do you?
else over here on this side. Yeah.
As soon as you step in, magic takes hold of you and you shrink down to the size of a mouse.
The hell?
What? Genevieve's gonna stop at the door and like use what she's about to be tested on to look around and see why that happened.
Yeah, the doorway's magical, and Hugo walk through it.
Is there a way to disarm that?
Possibly. Give me an
I would like to look
investigation check.
into it. Okay. 23.
23.
23.
You're pretty sure the effect could be dispelled with dispel magic or
can
something similar.
Okay, well, I can't, like, there's not like a switch or something that I can snip a wire to.
No, it's a magical. Trap might be the
Hey,
wrong word, but
Hey, Hugo, come back out of the door real quick. It's just science that you return back to normal.
and he does not. He's a little guy.
Oh my god, Hugo, you are.
I'm
so
just gonna mute
rude.
because I'm kind of grumpy right now. All of it.
So that's not great.
Okay.
She says.
All right. Yeah. No, this is not great.
We're gonna need you to
I hate
speak in a very
this.
high pitched voice.
I'm sure there's a feature about that in Discord that they added
No.
and turned on.
They had it and turned on without telling us.
Yeah. We all it's right now, but nobody knows because we've gotten so acclimated to it.
Yeah. No. Hugo
Mhm.
just stares up at at everybody and is just like, "I'm done."
Well, I can go in there, but I would like to know how to fix this small problem we're having.
On
I'm
a
not gonna go
scale
through
of
the
1
door.
to 10, how adorable does everybody think Hugo is now that he's the size of an action figure?
11.
4?
Like Alister will offer to put Hugo in his pocket.
Also, Hugo walks over and wraps the butt of his great axe at Genevieve's foot as hard as he can.
Ow.
4?
No,
For what?
The size joke, for God's sake.
Oh god, I didn't even realize I'd said that, she says.
Uh,
And she clanks her helmet shut in embarrassment.
Did Raz?
I did that on purpose, but
Yeah, I figured. Okay,
it's the wrong bugs.
without breaking, like going through the door.
Mhm.
What is visible in the room from
So
here?
over here you see one of these magic sigils on the ground with like a little
Mhm.
circular table that looks like magical or alchemical kinds of experiments could be done. Standing from the doorway, it's not possible to investigate any of this. You just get a general sense of it. On the other
Right.
side of the wall is a large, almost throne-like giant stone chair. Like two of you at your normal size could sit in this chair comfortably. And in front of it is this just gargantuan table filled with magical accoutrements. And then along the
This is
edges of the room,
Brickroad.
you see
We-
bookshelves and crystals and little gardens of probably herbs and mushrooms and things that would be used as magical spell components.
Mhm.
All right, Brick. Alister
Mhm.
is going to use Mage Hand
Yep.
and start pulling over the items from the alchemical table and putting them on the floor next to Genevieve.
You can't, because when you send your
You're
mage hand
insane.
in the room, what's the range on
Yeah.
mage hand?
It's 60.
30? 60?
60?
30.
Is it 60?
Is it
It's
30 or
30.
it's 30?
Yeah, it's 30.
As you cast your mage hand in the room, it shrinks down to the size of a rat's paw. And so 30 feet at that scale is no further than this.
That's okay. It can move.
Can't end that far away from
Yeah.
you.
It can't move that far from you.
And at that scale, it can't physically pick up anything in the room. It's too small to pick up a book or something from the table. Imagine the kinds of things a
Really?
mouse could pick up.
Is there anything we need shrunk?
What's
What
that?
was the what was the hint for the green? Does anybody remember that?
The green hint
I don't think we.
was...
Oh, the green was like in song something.
Yeah, let me...
Oh, yeah.
Green keys
Never-
are imagined in song.
Alistair's going to sing a song about a green key.
What do you sing?
Once upon a time, there was a green key in my hand. He'll pull out his hand and see if a green key appears.
And a green key has materialized in your hand.
Oh shit, guys, it works.
Wait, what? How did Genevieve?
You
looks at
mean you could have done that this whole time and not let me get shrunk to the size of a mouse?
He's down there shaking his little fist at you. It's so
I am
cute.
Tiny Hugo is so angry, it's adorable.
You guys sang so many songs last week, and not once did anybody sing about a green key. Alistair
that's why
walks the
Genevieve is
dungeon from
shocked.
one side to the other, singing songs
on,
about
let me see-
every
let me
random
see if-
thing.
Let me see if I can find a gif of of Steiner doing his angry hop. You know the one.
Yeah,
That's literally Hugo right now.
it even makes the clanky sounds when he
Exactly.
Yeah, Alistair's just laughing.
Yeah, Alistair.
Alistair, you're
I can't
fixing
believe
this.
it worked.
You're
You wanna
fixing
write-
this.
Do you want to ride in my
All right,
pocket?
do you think it can be dispelled? Do you think it'll wear off?
I don't know, I don't know, Leopold. Do you think you can get by without punching me this time?
I said I was sorry. I mean, I walked into a room and got enchanted and got put under an enchantment. It's not like that hasn't happened in the last 5 minutes.
My lantern fell out of my hand in there.
I mean, I'm pretty sure this is a transmutation.
Oh, your lantern is way too small to serve as an effective light source anymore.
Okay, Alistair will,
Oh,
will
well,
mage
that's
hand the
good,
lantern
because-
back.
That's a couple gold pieces flushed down the toilet.
Yeah, it's about as bright as maybe like the tip of a cigarette now.
We could
Maybe-
still maybe fix it, she says.
Do you think it'll wear off if you think it can be dispelled?
Wait, what if you just went back in again? Maybe the door will change your state, or maybe you'll get even smaller. Oh no.
Yeah, hold
She
on. Let's
says.
not try that.
Yeah.
Geppa will fish the most useless thing you can find out of his backpack, which is probably a torch.
Okay.
Not sure what we can do with this. He'll throw it just to like right here.
Just throw it inside the doorway, and it lands on the ground,
Yeah.
and it shrinks down to a size that a mouse could pick it up.
Alistair, bring that back to me.
Alistair will mage hand the torch back.
And you mage
And now I
hand
will
this.
toss the
throw it
other
again.
more tinier torch back through the door again.
You have an incredibly tiny torch.
Does it shrink a second time?
No, it does not. I don't think
I
I
mean, it
had
might be
yet
safe.
played Mini and Max when I had the idea for this.
It
game.
might
Well,
be
at
safe
the
for
very
you to go
least-
explore.
Well, at the very least, I could look around the room.
Yeah.
You know what? He shouldn't do that alone.
Oh, Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
Geppa, you shrink down to the size of a mouse.
Make it quick so we can go open the green doors. We have a key now.
That's your fault.
I gotta start climbing up this bookcase.
Okay, stop there.
Yep.
So you're going to climb up the side of the bookcase. What is Hugo doing while Geppa's climbing up the wall to the bookcase?
He's just kind of standing below watching him.
What's your passive perception?
My passive
Which one of us?
perception, 14.
14. Hugo.
Yeah.
From the direction of the desk over here, you got this giant, even more giant desk now. And then in front of it, these 4 insurmountable chairs. You see, or you perceive, rather, being watched. Tiny little, well, not tiny, gargantuan, like the size of regular monsters. Little yellow eyes peering from the shadows in your direction.
Yeah, but we're not alone in here.
Oh. I will climb back down.
Okay,
I'm gonna cast message on Geppa
sure.
and say, link up with me if you need us to charge in. I don't think we can hear you talking.
Well, the problem is my ranges on my effects are now. Actually, the range on that is a mile, so it would have worked, but you're way out of the initial range right now. I'll leave a message, let me respond though. So you get no response. You want to keep going? You want to try and sneak
Wait,
over?
hold on. For message, you're within 30 feet of me.
Not at my scale.
Oh, yeah,
At
but
my scale, you are.
Genevieve's the one who cast the spell.
Oh, okay, I thought because Mage Hand didn't require it anyway.
Well, Mage Hand
Well,
I
creates
can't.
a physical, tangible
Okay.
thing that
I
gonna s-
can't respond.
we have to have a
You're
metaphysical
outside of range for
conversation.
me
now.
because I have 30 feet on my range to talk back. So
Does the
He
do
doesn't know that,
thoughts
yeah.
shrink going through the doorway?
Yeah, does my message get smaller? Does he only get like 10 characters?
It becomes a tweet. Yeah, Hugo, there are at least. Oh, I didn't mean to push that button. At least 3 rats stalking underneath the table that, seeing you, are starting to come out underneath this chair.
full size rats.
Well, they're regular sized rats, but to you guys,
Yeah.
they're enormous.
So, since Are we like are we worrying about scale or are we household?
We running for it, or I create a psychic link to Hugo, asking that over it.
If you don't run for it, the rats are probably going to attack you where you stand.
Yeah, yeah. Back off.
You got it, boss.
Oh, look, here they are.
And you guys in the doorway are seeing this pack of 3 rats chasing them away from the bookshelf.
Sorry, Genevieve, you were too far away from my perspective for me to link up with you.
Oh, I didn't think that would happen, she says.
I mean, once we're linked, it goes basically forever, but
Can we link now?
sure. And that's in your head as a psychic
Okay.
message.
So
Okay.
are the
Keep
rats?
that active.
Did they just
I'm
stop?
going to have to do it every minute.
After the 2 of them left the room, the rats stalked over by the bookshelf and are just watching through the door with their beady eyes. And after a moment, they start to skitter away again.
I bet there's something good in there. I bet the rats are guarding it.
Yeah.
Probably the answer to this. I guess we all go in together.
Why
That's
don't
what-
we
I feel
go...
like someone should stay full size to save us.
Yeah, why don't we go look at some of the green doors first before we go in here?
I'm going to climb up onto
Because
Genevieve's
the-
armor.
Because,
Because
2 of our
effective-
party are shrunk. That's why.
Yeah. That's why we will.
I use my claws to climb all the way up onto Genevieve's shoulder.
Yeah, but the solution might
She
be
has,
behind
she
one
has
of these
chainmail.
doors.
That's actually, or she has a scale
Yeah,
mail,
it's
so
really
it's probably
I don't
easy.
even need my claws, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, let's just punch some rats.
Leo steps into the room and shrinks down to the size of a mouse.
I'll stand here in the door.
I mean, I'll do it.
At your shrunken scale, these are 10-foot squares, by the way. So Leo, and you're supposed to take up a quarter. I know that the map kind of doesn't support that, but I can't
looks fine
zoom
to
in
me.
any further, unfortunately.
The little squares here. There's
Yeah, they're
just
good.
in the-
Yeah,
Yeah,
these are
The little
good 10-foot
tiny
squares.
squares are 10-foot squares in this room when you're shrunk down. You're the size of a
Yeah.
mouse.
Well, Genevieve thinks about it and she says, "This is the training dungeon. There's got to be a way to reverse this, or else everybody in Strixhaven would be small."
It's probably, I'll say over the mind, like, it's probably training you for being small. Like, that's got to be something that happens when you go dungeoneering, right?
Yeah, I mean, there are magical effects that do that. She
So
takes a step
Alister and
forward.
Jen are not going into the room.
Alistair's not.
Genevieve will.
Genevieve
Very reluctantly, she steps in.
shrinks down to the size of a mouse.
I mean,
Oh,
somebody's
have
got-
to show now.
Somebody's got to be big enough to carry us out if we're stuck like
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
Yeah, stay in
Sorry,
line of
hold on.
sight.
I need to compare sizes here.
And as you guys
Stay in
approach
line
the
of
base of the
sight.
bookshelf, once again, 3 beady-eyed little rats.
Stay in line of sight and don't go past the desk, otherwise you're screwed.
Well, what about over here? Genevieve points over in that direction.
I mean, I'm gonna punch some rats.
Yeah, I put my staff into a fighting position, cast politely.
We're ready to fight the rats, okay?
Yep.
Just advancing a little bit at the time.
Just let us know when to roll initiative.
Yeah, go ahead and roll initiative. As you guys are approaching the base of the bookshelf there. That's about where Geppa stopped earlier to climb up. All right, what can I delete out of this? All the stuff from... I can't delete that. All the stuff out of the Hugo or Leo fight.
I'm just queued up behind Hugo here to take 16.
Oh, we solved the Mephit
sorry.
puzzle. Okay.
Leo, are you also 16?
Yeah.
You can go before me.
Okay.
Unless there's a monster on 16, then.
Let's see if the monsters are on 16. They are not. They're on 14, as it happens. Oh, I have an orange one over here already. Excellent. There we go. All right, who's at the top of my order?
Alister.
Alister.
It tracks.
I'm going to draw Alister's line of sight from the doorway. Would be something like this. Let's try to stay in the middle of... That's your effective line of sight from the doorway.
even from over where the square that I'm at.
Yes.
You can't poke your head into the room around the corner.
Yeah,
Poke your
but
head
I
into
mean,
the room, you're going to
standing-
shrink down to the size of a mouse.
You could.
Breaching
I
the
just thought it'd
doorways
be-
causes the shrinking.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying from the square that I'm in, I thought I'd be able to see further over.
Nope.
the
You
side.
can see a 45. I drew a 45-degree angle from the corner of the door. I'm pretty sure that's in the DMG about how people can see into rooms.
Yeah.
This is also NetHack rules, which is where I live.
All right, well, I can't see anybody, so I'm
Throw some
gonna
daggers. I hear that's overpowered.
do what? Throw some
Sorry,
daggers?
continue.
No. I'm gonna hold an action. Like, can you hold an action to cast a spell?
You can,
Yes,
but
you
it
use
uses
the-
the
you
spell
use the
slot
spell.
even if the trigger doesn't occur.
Well, it's gonna be for a cantrip, so
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, you can do that.
yeah, I'm gonna hold an action, and if I see a rat, I guess I'll make fun of it.
Make fun of it. Excellent. Is that it for Alister?
Yeah, that's all I can do. I said stay in line of sight. They didn't listen.
Well, it's not our fault.
Wow.
You can't.
Who's next?
Yeah, that was,
It is Leo followed by Genevieve.
brain getting spicy right now.
I'm going to run
Make
up on
sure these are
this.
each in a quarter square.
Okay, I'm gonna run up on this rat. And I'm going to bonus action to use my wild hunt to give myself 2 temporary hit points.
Okay.
And you can't get advantage on me while I'm conscious.
Statistically,
And I'm gonna
you're
punch the rat.
probably going to fall asleep 2 or 3 times in this fight.
Well, that is a 12.
12
Hit.
will hit. 12 does hit.
Oh, okay. Enjoy 6 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
They're really easy to hit, guys.
Is that it?
That is my action, bonus action. Yeah.
All right. Who's next?
After Leo, it is Jin, followed by Geppa.
Oh man, I can't get anywhere here. I think the best thing I can do, so I'm going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, dash, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55,
Okay.
and just try and tie it up. Okay, that's all I got.
Okay. Geppa, followed by the rats.
They're like cubes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, the tiles are
Let's
very
move to here. I'm going to cast. Actually, no, I'm going to non-cipher that. I'll move to here.
Yep.
And then I'm going to cast Create Bonfire. Target on that position. So I need a dexterity saving throw from that rat.
All right.
As Geppa slams his staff into the ground and fire rides to his skeleton into the ground and then bursts out underneath the rat.
I have 18 on the dex save.
All right, that makes it, but the fire is still there.
Why don't you go ahead and
If a
draw
creature
a
ends
tiny
its-
little fire?
Yep, if the creature ends its turn in that space, it takes 1d8 fire damage. I will draw a tiny fire. That is my turn.
All right. Who's next?
All right, it's rats, followed by Hugo.
Okay. Well, I have 1 free rat. I have a 19 to hit Hugo.
Yeah, that hits.
Oops, that's the wrong die. I'm sorry. How about I roll the correct die to attack you? That's going to be 5 points of slashing damage, which is the most damage a rat has ever done to you.
Sure.
I'm going to have... Well, this guy's going to step out of the fire. That seems reasonable. He's going to come around this way. I have a 24 to hit Geppa
Yep.
for 4 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
And then I have a 17 to hit Genevieve.
17 doesn't hit.
All right, so the third rat, they're clawing at you, just pings off your armor. And I bet this is a thought you've never heard before. Man, I'm glad my armor was good enough to deflect the attack from that rat.
Yeah.
Because usually you just need, like, pants.
You need shoes, yeah. Pants? How big of a rat are we talking here?
Like
I've seen some rats that could reach up to your ankles. Absolutely.
Yeah, but I mean, like, the pants wouldn't protect you from the climbing.
Good pair of boots.
My parents had rats that ate through, like, metal siding in their attic. Rats are insane.
Oh, rats are
Yeah.
yeah.
That's it for my rats.
Hugo. It's Hugo's turn, followed by Al.
Okay. Hugo's gonna swing around this way. And take a swing at that thing with his axe.
Okay.
Do I still have that bardic inspiration die from before?
You were
have
given
some
that from
in
the
10 minutes,
previous
10
encounter,
minutes.
weren't you?
Yeah.
It's been longer than 10 minutes since that encounter. Yeah.
Okay. Does a 17 hit?
17 does hit.
Uh, 12 points of slashing damage to this rat.
Okay. And you cleave the rat. Is that it for Hugo?
Yeah, that's it.
All right, who's next?
After Hugo is Alister.
Alister still can't see anything, so he's just gonna ready an action to mock a rat if he comes out of the corner.
Okay. Who's next?
It is Leo, followed by Jen. So Leo is going to punch a rat.
Yep.
Does a 25 hit.
Sure does.
Please, on this rat right here, please enjoy 8 points of bludgeoning damage.
And it is bloodied.
Bonus action martial arts. Does a 14 hit.
14 does hit.
Please enjoy 7 more points of bludgeoning damage.
Very good. Is Leo staying put there?
And gonna swing around like this.
Very good.
And it is now Jen's turn.
Okay, she's gonna reach for the rat with her zappy gloves.
Mhm.
21.
21 hits.
The rat takes 2 lightning damage.
Very good.
It does not have reactions. I don't suspect that matters.
As long as you don't move away from it, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, there's nowhere I can really move that helps here, though.
You
So
can
I'm
move
just
into that
gonna stay.
bonfire. That'd be great.
I forgot that was there, actually.
How? It's a big
Um,
purple splotch.
I thought it-
the
I
pen
was-
only goes so small.
I thought it was Geppa until I zoomed in.
pen
I'm
only
zoomed in
goes
as far
so
as I
small.
can go, and everything's super tiny.
I had to zoom out because I moved down to Treble's dice, and the dice fill my entire screen. So, Genevieve will stay here.
Okay, who's next?
It is Geppa's turn, followed by the rats.
Let's cast Booming Blade on this one.
Sure.
Here, let's do this instead.
Oh my god, the dice is enormous.
Yeah, they're so big.
So I'll hit a 21 on AC,
That does hit.
dealing.
There we go.
Yeah.
Appropriate dice for this
14
combat.
magical bludgeoning, and I'm guessing the secondary effect doesn't matter.
And that's enough. That first rat is toast. And the squeal of that rat's death throw. You guys have all think you've heard rats die before, but at this scale, it's ear piercing and it consumes your life.
Move to here, and that's my turn.
All right, who's next?
After the rats, it is Hugo, followed by Al again.
Well, the rats go now. Yeah.
All right, then I'm going to roll some to hit for my rats. The 1's not going to hit anything, and then I've got a 5 to hit. I'm sorry, an 11 to hit Hugo, which I'm assuming.
No, unfortunately.
It's almost like they're just rats and they're not real monsters. Who's next?
Yeah, but at our size, like,
Hugo attempts to cleave a rat. The die goes into the stratosphere. That's a dirty 20 to hit.
20 will hit.
10 points of slashing damage to this rat in
It
front
is
of me.
bloodied.
And that's... I'm going to go ahead and swing over here, I think.
All right, who's next?
That'll end my turn.
Alister, followed by me.
Alister's just sitting here waiting, yelling at them to, I can't see you guys. I don't know what's going on. I can't see you.
You can hear them.
He's-
They're attacking rats.
Yeah, but you can't see them, so.
He hears tiny thumping sounds and furious squeaks.
Yeah.
I don't want to get tiny. Oh,
he's just trying to help you guys.
I don't want to get tiny.
Who's next?
It's fun, actually.
No, because then it's going to take us a week to get back.
guess-
After it's Leo's turn if Alister's done.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Leo's gonna walk up and try to finish off this rat that has been cleaved.
Cloved. It's cloves. That's probably the rat's name. That's a good name for a rat, is cloves.
That's a natural 1. Bonus action does a 17 hit.
17 does hit.
Okay.
Please enjoy 6 points.
And that's enough.
That is the end of my turn, and now it's the end of my turn, and now Genevieve with Geppa on
All right.
deck.
Okay. Genevieve's going to. Oh, I'm hitting E. That's why. Whoa, goodness.
Oh,
that
they're
dice.
tiny.
That dice went super far. Genevieve's gonna zap for 23 to hit
23 does hit.
and 4 lightning damage.
All right. And you shock it, and it doesn't have a reaction again. Is that correct?
Yep.
Moving or staying put?
I'll stay.
All right. Who's next?
Geppa with the rats.
Let's try a booming blade. Oh, it goes high. That hits an armor class of 24,
That does hit.
dealing 12 magical bludgeoning.
And it is bloodied.
And if it
I warned you
moves,
that it goes into the
it's
stratosphere.
it's sheathed in sonic energy, and if it moves, it takes damage. That's my turn.
Okay. Who's next?
It's the rat's turn, followed by Hugo.
Yep, I've got a 10 to hit.
Nope.
And that's it. See, it's just a rat. It's not that scary.
Get him, Hugo.
You have the same
Best
problem
I
I did.
Best I can manage is get this close to it and throw a hand axe at it.
Okay. Wasn't Hand Axe a Dragonborn?
I don't remember, to be honest. Actually, hand axe came up in our Archie run on Friday.
Oh, no.
This week. Yeah. 14 hit.
14 does hit.
All right. 6 points of slashing damage.
Okay. You know, you moving or staying put?
That's as far as I can move.
Who's next?
Alister.
Same thing. Just sitting here waiting.
Sitting here waiting.
All right. Leo. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. Okay.
That was unnecessarily convoluted.
I guess.
Hey guys, I can move 72.
If I'm not using all of my movement every turn, I'm doing it wrong.
Are you truly monking?
Yeah. All right. First attack does a 14 hit.
14 does hit.
All right, take 6 points.
And that's enough.
And then
Bring down the third rat. And the squeaks echo away into the carpeting? Question mark? I guess at your scale it wouldn't be considered carpeting, but
Is this tile? I don't know.
my notes don't say what kind of floor it is, but I kind of like the idea of you guys just like going through waist-high carpeting like it's unkempt grass.
We literally just had a game like this.
I'm gonna go back to
Yeah,
climbing up the bookshelf.
Yeah, Brickroad, I don't appreciate being bamboozled into a household campaign like this is a Ravenloft thing.
Wait. How do you know you're not in Ravenloft?
Because you promised you would never do that to us again.
Oh, I would never break a promise.
I do have to
You would
step away
never-
for. I do have to step away for a minute because my dog is just beside himself right now.
Alister, you no longer hear squeaking and sounds of combat. Tiny little combat. Like somebody left a Game Boy
Can't see
on.
you guys.
Leopold gives you 2 tiny thumbs up. And then steps out of your vision.
Yeah, I'm gonna start investigating this bookshelf.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm interested in that too.
So how are you going to remove... So it's not a floor-to-ceiling bookshelf. It's a shelf of books high up on the wall that you've climbed up to. When you get up there, what do you do with them?
Can I read any of them? Like just walking next to them.
You're shorter than these books are. These books are the size of bookcases.
Like is there anything written on the spines or the covers that I can make out right now?
No.
Okay.
With a successful strength check, I'll allow you to like edge one of the books over to the edge of the shelf and let it drop, and then maybe they can open it on the floor.
Everybody get back. All right. Add to this. That's a 17.
And a book the size of a bed crashes onto the floor in front of you guys.
Genevieve ducks for cover. Ah! Why do books hate me on these adventures?
Now you understand
Then
why
I'll
his
climb
hats
back
are so
down.
skittish.
Well, because everything relative to them is huge.
Yeah.
Did the
Genevieve
book
wants to go look at
fall
this.
open in a way that I can read any of it?
I mean, it's fallen there. Now somebody's going to have to open it up, and you're going to have to crawl on top of it. And like just reading a page out of this book is going to necessitate crawling back and forth.
What does the spine say?
There's
So
nothing
we can
printed
read
on the
that now.
spines.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll open it up and see
Yeah,
if
let's
I can
open it.
get. It's probably a 2-person job.
Yeah, it's going to take
Yeah.
one of you on either side of the book to get this thing open. It's like a
This is
stubborn,
like getting
a stubborn dumpster lid, right?
I was gonna say it's like getting a corner of a bed sheet. in
Hugo
place.
can help with this strength business.
There's no strength check required. It's just an awkward, approaching a dumpster. I was like, oh, I can get that lid open with just one hand. No, you can't. Not from that corner. Yeah, you guys get on either side of the book, open it up, it collapses open, and
Sorry,
handwritten
I'm just
pages.
sitting here. Just sitting here thinking, who the hell can't open a dumpster with one hand?
I mean, I can't.
What is your strength score? 2?
Listen, I just show up every week and Raz
They're
just
really awkward.
dunks on me all the time.
They're actually really awkward.
Yeah.
No,
it's-
no, they're not.
They're not heavy. They're just
The giant dumpsters you would see at like an apartment building or at like a
Yeah,
those are really awkward.
I
Liz
lived
those
on
are
it.
real awkward.
I lived in the country and we disposed of all of our garbage in one of those with a huge lid.
You're a Superman with crazy abilities. Then I could never get.
I'm a
dumpster
nerd
open
with
one
12
hand.
strength. I guess.
Anyway, what do I see when I
Yeah,
start
what's in
pacing back
this
and forth
book?
over this
Handwritten notes, magical formulae, basic cantrips and spells. It's kind of an academic spell book, by which I mean it contains formula for casting basic cantrips and stuff, but it's not a spell book in the sense that it's not a magical item. It doesn't. You couldn't actively use it as a spell book if you were a wizard, if that makes sense. It's
Okay.
somebody's notes on
Genevieve goes,
various
"Oh."
cantrips.
This looks like my textbook from my class I'm taking that I have an exam on in a week.
More like somebody's notes who's been attending those lectures constantly.
Let's get up on the alchemy table.
So you want to climb up on this table over here?
Yeah.
All right.
The desk or the table?
So there's a magic workshop table over here amidst this sigil, and there's a giant desk over here.
Oh, it's the desk. Okay, yeah, let's climb up on this desk then.
Okay. Is everybody climbing up on? Like I know that Geppa can do it without a roll.
I don't know if Genevieve can.
No, everybody else would have to give me a strength.
Can I
athletics.
tie off a rope?
Oh,
How
he has,
long
he
is
has
50 feet?
a climb
Is this,
speed, yeah.
Yeah, you could tie a rope off up here. You find an inkwell
yeah,
or
I'll just tie a
something.
rope. Is a 50-foot rope long enough?
Yeah, that's okay.
Is my rope there
I bet.
today?
What do you want me to roll to find out?
I don't know. Is my
You know
rope
what? Your
there
rope
today?
is there because she wouldn't steal the same item twice in a row.
Right.
Right?
Okay.
That's just don't
Yeah,
want to
that makes
typecast
sense.
yourself.
Well, or
Okay,
she
I
just
am
steals
back.
the rope every single time. Had to
Welcome
borrow
back,
it.
McDohl.
So Geppa climbs to the top, fixes this rope to like an empty inkwell or something, which at your scale was like an immovable boulder.
Yeah.
Dangles the rope over the side of the desk, and everybody shimmies their way up.
What is this? This pawn?
What is what?
That's a
I
rat.
just see hands in
This.
the way.
Oh, that's a rat. Okay. Yeah, Genevieve will climb
The
it.
problem with this scale is our hands are so big.
Right?
Yeah.
So
And I'm gonna
crossing
make
just
my way
the
off
vast
I-
plane of this table, there are porcelain plates sitting out with like half-eaten food on them. There's notebooks scribbled here. There's large gouges in the desk, which at a reasonable scale would just be like the tip of a knife point or something. But in your scale, like you catch your boot on one of those and it's going to be a pratfall. Very, very messy desk.
What else is on the desk? Like, are these playing cards? Like,
Yeah, you see, like I said, you see notebooks strewn about
Okay.
with kind of haphazardly. The desk itself is in kind of a bad state of repair, so you're constantly stepping over knot holes and avoiding gouges.
yeah.
There's a porcelain plate filled with half-eaten food, which at your scale, approaching it, the smell of it is overwhelming. Like, imagine a bed-sized wheel of cheese.
Oh, so Skyrim.
There's an Italian restaurant around here that we go to sometimes, and we order a thing where they bring out a wheel of Parmesan cheese the size of like a car tire, and it's all hollowed out, and they make soup and stuff in there. It's awesome.
Oh man, if we're gonna do like cheese-based stories, there was a Greek restaurant on the Ave at UW that they would like soak brie in some sort of alcohol, and then they bring it to your table, and they would light it on fire.
Yeah, that's what they do with this big wheel of cheese
Yeah.
too. So
And everybody who didn't order that would be freaked out by it because all of a sudden you hear "Opa!" and then there's the fire alarm goes off.
I'll bet it's the same kind of dish because it's
Yeah.
a spectacle thing. Everybody in the restaurant's like, oh man, I wish I
Yeah.
ordered that.
Well, that I ordered it after I saw it.
Yeah, fantastic. So it's the same
Yeah,
kind
I'll
of
look
thing.
at
If
it
you
now.
want to investigate these notebooks and things, you're looking at it's going to be an ordeal.
Well, I mean, let's get started. I mean,
Okay.
what else are we up here for? So Genevieve will get to work while other people do whatever it is they're
So
doing.
Genevieve's investigating notebooks. What's Geppa doing?
I throw a firebolt at the giant wheel of cheese, melts a bit of it off, and eat some of it.
Okay. Fair enough. What about Hugo and Leo?
Leo's just kind of hanging back watching.
Yeah, Hugo is just trying to keep an eye on everybody. He's actually going to try and go to the edge over here and catch Alister's eye, let him know that at least we're still alive.
So you're going to cross over the porcelain plate where Geppa is.
Yeah.
I like Geppa's thinking here. Like, when are you going to see a piece of cheese this big again?
Is it any good though?
I mean,
Oh man, is it any
fine.
Gouda?
How long
Genevieve,
is
give
it
me
gonna-
an investigation check.
How long is it going to take them?
My giant dice here.
They're going to be in this room for a long time.
Like more than an hour for a short rest?
I would say possibly an hour.
23.
I was just going to take a short rest in that time then.
I'm not going to let you take a short rest alone. You don't have. So to take a rest, you need safety and comfort for an hour. You can get comfortable in that doorway, but you can't be safe with nobody watching your back. You got
Oh,
a
he's
20,
going to explore a little bit.
23
I have a
on
23, yeah.
investigation?
Yeah, I was testing the physics of the giant dice. I actually like the small dice better. They like stick the landing.
Okay.
I've noticed that.
You find,
Alright.
turning a page in one of these, it's a small notebook. So imagine like a palm size, like handheld notebook that you just flip pages over
Yeah.
in.
Like a notepad.
Right. You know what? I can't use the word notepad to describe it because to me, notepad is notepad. Right? So flipping one of these pages is an ordeal in and of itself. And after 2 or 3 of them, like your arms are getting tired. But you find one that looks like a very deliberately drawn alchemical formula. And the reason I say deliberately drawn is because it's the only thing in the notebook that is drawn at your scale. It looks like tiny, tiny little hands have drawn 4 different pieces of alchemy equipment, or alchemy ingredients, rather.
He'll immediately announce that. You guys, this is important and written to our size. There are
Hugo,
4 ingredients.
I was going to say Hugo waves by to Alister and then goes back out of sight.
Yes.
Hey, Hugo, take your axe and grab me a slice of that apple. As tall as me.
Hang on,
Is this food like in good condition? Like, was it just set here?
It looks like somebody had a meal and ate about half of it. It's still good food. It's just the smell of it is really overpowering. Just because
yeah,
you're
Hugo
so...
So it hasn't been sitting here for 2 weeks then.
Yeah,
No.
Hugo will cut off a piece of the apple for him.
Yeah, the bread is a little stale, and like maybe the apple has started to turn a little brown, but it's edible.
Oh, well then Genevieve will try some.
I always remember the scene in Honey, I Shrunk the Kids where they find the giant Twinkie and they just start eating this Twinkie that's been laying on the ground for God knows how long.
I mean, given their situation, do you blame them?
Yeah, it's food, right?
The 4 items that you see drawn at your scale, so somebody at your size with a tiny little quill has drawn out. So if you were looking at it with normal human-sized eyes, they would just like specks on the page. A mushroom with blue specks, an octagonal crystal, a pile of emerald-colored sand, and a chip of black glass.
Sorry, I need you to repeat some of those. Just do it again.
I'll do you one better. I'll paste it in the Discord chat.
Perfect. Yeah, I got an octagonal prism, and that was it.
Mushroom with blue specks, an octagonal crystal, a pile of emerald-colored sand, and a chip of black glass.
Hugo starts looking around the desk for these, around the table, looking for these items.
Walking the perimeter of the desk, first of all, takes you a while. This
Yeah.
desk is like the size of a football field to you. But no, you don't see any of these objects sitting here. In fact, the things you see sitting on the desk, you don't see any kind of alchemy or magical ingredients at all. It's a writing and eating desk.
Anybody got a spyglass? Can we see over there, maybe?
I'm gonna.
Jen, can you do anything with those? Do you have instructions in addition to the ingredients?
Does she find that sort of information?
Looking at the little diagram, it shows the 4 things are drawn out, and there's little arrows pointing at a cauldron. That is the extent of it.
I mean, we talked about cauldrons and boiling solutions in that mushrooms class. I think I know what we're trying to do here.
All right, let's split up and cover more ground. I just climb down the other leg of the table.
She's gonna go down the rope, and she's gonna head this way because if there was a cauldron anywhere, it'd be on the alchemy table.
Okay.
I think there were mushrooms growing in the corners, like this was kind of like a garden or something.
Yeah, there's like a little garden over here with herbs and mushrooms and stuff in it.
I'll see if I can find one of those speckled mushrooms.
Yeah, Genevieve will get the apparatus ready if such an apparatus exists.
How is Genevieve getting up to the top of this table?
With great difficulty, she's going to realize.
You're going to climb up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make you make a strength athletics check. And if you fail this check, I'm going to give you 30 points of falling, or 30 feet worth of falling damage, which is 3d6.
Is it only 40 feet up? 30 feet up?
4d6 or 3d6. That could be deadly for me.
I could just come over and move the rope.
Yeah, I'll wait for Geppa.
If Leo dashes,
Yeah,
he could.
I do.
You can
I'm up
clear
there.
what, 40 feet to get up? Let me think. I think this table would be more than 40 feet tall from your position at your
Okay.
scale. Let's just keep it simple. It's going to anybody who wants to climb at the top of the table is going to make a strength athletics check.
Yeah. Genevieve will wait for Geppa, and she'll go over here. 'Cause why
Geppa,
not? What is over here?
You were going to join them, but first you were going to go see if you could find blue speckled mushrooms. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Give me a nature check.
You got it. Oof. That rolled over oddly. That's a 7.
A 7. You find 2 very different looking mushrooms that you think could be described as having blue specks.
I really don't like having to do class on my free time. I think Alister's axe is the only option, or I think Hugo's axe is the only option we have to get these things into a state. So I will climb back up the table, retrieve my rope, climb back down this one, and then corrugate over here.
So I mean, do you take any? The mushrooms are too large for you to carry.
Yeah, we're gonna need Alister.
Yourself.
I'm sorry, we're gonna need Hugo to get those mushrooms.
2 of you working together could carry one of these mushroom caps, but you identify 2 that you would describe as having blue specks.
I'll tell Hugo and Leo that as I go to secure a rope on top to the top of this table.
Okay.
All right. I'm behind you, Hugo, if you want to go get them. Otherwise...
Yeah.
Hugo and Alister, I'll let each of you give me a nature check to see if you can figure out which mushroom cap.
Okay.
You and Alister, or?
Well, Alister can't do anything because he's standing in the doorway.
You were Léopold.
Yeah, but you said Alister, that's why.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't have anything for nature.
Let me see.
You can each give this to me individually.
Hey, Alister. I mean, it beats waiting around. It's kind of fun being small.
Join
Oh,
us.
jeez.
Okay, that is... You said nature, correct?
Nature, yes.
That is a 21.
21. You see what Geppa was talking about, the 2 mushrooms that have blue specks, but only one of them matches the shape that Genevieve uncovered in the book. And yeah, Hugo with his axe could sever one of these caps, and the 2 of you working together could carry it over to the table.
Hey, Hugo, while we're alone, I'm sorry I punched you.
Just don't make a habit of it.
I mean, to be fair, I punched you because you're the most dangerous person there. So it was a compliment.
It was a complimentary punch.
It's a very backhanded compliment, literally.
Like I just
Alister,
want you to know that I
have to
respect
imagine
you.
that it's absolutely hilarious watching your action figure-sized comrades carry this mushroom cap across the room.
It is. Like, he was gonna go open some doors, but he figured he should stay here in case anything else tries to eat them while they're tiny.
I mean, if you're going to wander away, what I'm going to do is I'm going to finish
I mean,
this scene, and then we'll see what kind of trouble you get into with no possible help.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
So
I thought
so
you
Chris,
were-
just pointing this out. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brickroad.
I thought the point of Alister standing there was because you wanted to preserve one of your party members at normal height in case you couldn't reverse this. I thought that was the point.
Yeah, that's what I said. Like, I was gonna wander away, but I thought he's just gonna stay here and wait for them in case cats
What was
appear.
Hugo's idea?
I was just gonna say, just for thing, we did have something three somethings come along and try to eat us.
Yeah, you guys took care of them. In fact, you guys, the way you guys approached that combat, you eliminated their greatest advantage, which they couldn't use pack tactics. You guys didn't.
Yeah, that's what
position yourself so they couldn't do that.
Good.
Is this lantern like sized that I can carry it with me or attach it to my armor?
Yeah,
Like,
it's a tiny, tiny little lantern, so it gives you 60 feet of tiny meters or whatever worth of light.
Genevieve will attach it to her armor and just she'll go. Oh, now I'm gonna assume that we have it just because I can't make it smaller.
Yeah. 60 minor barley coins of light.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Oh God, no, don't trigger me on this. What's in this corner? Is there anything like it looks like disheveled junk?
Nothing of use in that corner.
Nothing of use. Okay, I'm gonna return.
Yeah, Hugo's gonna kind of, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna go climb up the rope to the top of this alchemy table.
Climb up to the top of the alchemy
I'm
table.
just gonna, yeah.
Now you have a closer look at it. I mean, you have to walk the perimeter of the table to kind of get a sense of what all's sitting up here. You do see in one center of the table, which from Alister's point of view would be the size of a coffee cup, maybe, that looks like a black cauldron. A cauldron obviously made for tiny little people. There's also a couple other objects on the table, one of which is an octagonal crystal.
Hey, Leopold, hitch that cap to the rope at the bottom there, and I'll pull it up.
You'd need two
Alright.
of you to hoist it up.
So yeah, just hitch down there, climb up, and then we'll pull it up together.
All right, I'll tie it,
Okay.
secure it, and then climb up the rope, and then heave ho.
Heave ho, indeed.
You guys hoist this mushroom cap up. So now you have a mushroom with blue specks and an octagonal crystal.
So chip of glass and sand, green sand.
From up here, can we? Is it just too big? Like, if I peer in this direction, wow, those arrows are huge.
This is a question that I pondered a lot while running Household. Like, how far through the room could you see? Like, you can you can definitely see that far because it's 60 feet away or so. But the question of like, what do the details look like? I think is an extremely interesting question, but I don't have any basis for comparison.
Well, let's simplify. Do I see anything emerald colored in this direction?
You don't see anything that's anything colored in any direction, really, because the room's not well lit enough. You guys were relying on a light source.
1, 2, sorry, 10.
Once you have this
So if-
bullseye lantern, if you're casting that in the direction, no, you don't see anything emerald colored over there.
Okay,
Okay.
great question.
Yeah.
Can Alister cast light on this chair?
What's the range of a light spell?
Well, is the light a physical thing? First off,
No, light is energy, not matter.
Nah, but D&D is not physics.
No. This is immutable.
In Discworld, light is matter.
This
a-
is a Discworld.
Are
I
we
feel
really
like
gonna
I'm
be
allowed to
doing
apply
this
whatever
again?
physical laws I
Or
want.
not. You can do whatever you want.
You
Please
have
don't
to,
try and make
you have
us
to touch the
figure out how
object to
dark
cast
this
light
spell
on.
I had to,
works.
Yeah.
I
So
had to state my claim.
okay, so Alister will touch shit. I don't know, piece of copper. I don't know what's laying around out here. But
Mhm.
is there like loose stones or anything?
No, not that you can see it amidst the carpet.
All right. Well,
What
he'll
about the
take it-
door? Can you touch the door?
Can you touch the
Ooh.
door?
You could touch. Somebody had to touch the door to open it initially. The door is open and sitting there.
Oh
Is
yeah.
door open inward or outward?
Outward.
Yeah, I guess
Touch
we'll,
the door and close it.
don't want to close it. How's working? We'll try the door first. We'll put light on the door. Does the light shine on the room any?
Yeah, it shines at a 20-foot radius and then dim light for 20 more feet. So that would get you about here. Oh, these are 5-foot squares
Wait,
at your scale. They
these are
reach
5-foot
far
squares,
wall.
right?
5, 10, 15, 20. Yeah, that would get dim light out here, but you can't see color in dim light.
Is this room dark?
Yes, there's no
Oh.
there's no major light source. There's dim light here and there because there's magical stuff, and then some of you have dark vision. But the only light source
Yeah,
you're
okay. I
carrying
didn't realize. Okay.
is this bullseye lantern, which is super tiny now. So making the door bright, you can make this area around the door within 20 feet bright light, which
Well,
does illuminate their
we-
workspace.
It covers the table, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Can
that's
we
kind of
can we see any landmarks that look interesting from here for where black glass or emerald sand?
There was the garden in the corner that Geppa
Had
saw
the,
where you harvested the
mushrooms.
mushroom. There's a collection of crystal, like some kind of crystal formation against the south wall. There's a bookshelf. There's a couple of chairs. There's the giant stone throne that nobody's checked out.
Is there stuff in these corners, or is that just the map?
Oh, I have a better idea. One of you guys come here. Come out to the door.
No, these other corners, there's nothing of value.
I'm gonna go continue searching the bookshelf then.
Geppa, come here for a second first.
All right, what is it?
Alister will just cast light on Geppa's head.
I think it has to be an object.
Well, okay, his hat, whatever he's wearing on top of his head.
I'll give you my shield to cast light on.
Sure. Okay, you now have it. I don't know if that's 20 real feet or 20.
It's gonna be 20 tiny
Tiny.
feet 'cause he's a tiny little guy.
Again, I don't need light to work with, but I guess thank you. I mean, it does make reading easier.
Why would it be 20 tiny feet? Because the object is small.
Yeah. Just because
Does the
it's-
amplitude change when the light spell goes through the wall? So the
you end up
distance is moving,
if you're
but
inside the room,
the
you end
speed
up with
cannot change.
you
So
end up with a an object that gives you 20 tiny feet of light, as though the light
All right.
spell had been cast at your scale.
Yeah.
So you're gonna
Do
start.
you think the speed of light is slower in here?
That's how it works on Discworld because light has mass.
I know.
It passes through the
No, I'm gonna-
magical fields of Discworld slowly.
I'm gonna search this bookshelf for sand or glass.
No, you don't
When
find
Hugo
any sand or
comes
glass
over
up there.
here, Genevieve is thinking out loud, well, if light moves slower in a small medium.
Raz.
Genevieve, focus,
Huh?
please.
We can't do this.
Huh?
Just change the speed of light.
Sorry, I was lost in thought, and she puts her notebook away kind of clumsily. She looks around at these crystals
Okay.
that are definitely not related to the speed of light.
What is your light source at the moment?
Oh, sorry. Genevieve's carrying Hugo's lantern.
Casting the light
Which-
upon
Yeah.
the crystals, and you can tell this from a few tiny feet away as well. It seems as though the crystal, instead of reflecting the light off, shimmering or looking have like a glassy structure, something about the crystal drinks in the light. It's impossible to tell what color they are because they are impossibly black.
Ooh,
I think this
Hugo
might
steps. This might qualify. Yeah, Hugo
I think-
steps up
Mhm.
and starts carving off a piece of the glass.
Oh,
With what?
here's your lamp.
Your axe.
Thanks. Yep.
You just take your
Hand
axe and you
axe.
start hacking part of the crystal, and
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
chips off like obsidian. Slides to your feet. You've got a nice big chunk of it now.
Yeah.
That has to be it, she says.
Hugo loads it up into satchel, and then guess we start looking. For emerald sand.
Okay.
Where would that be, though?
Leo kind of wanders over to the throne when
Okay.
Geppa gets down. And guess we should start. I'm gonna walk around the base of it and look around and see what.
Leo, when you walk around the base of the throne, coming against the back of the wall here, you find what can only be described as an entrance into the base of the throne. The throne, it's made of stone. It's this large stone chair that looks very out of place in the room. And you just find a place where the stone has been carved away at your scale such that you could squeeze into it.
Oh, it's a squeeze tunnel.
It's a squeeze tunnel.
Does the stone throne have a pillow or anything?
No,
Cushion? Okay.
not a particularly comfortable chair.
I'll keep an eye if you want to squeeze on in.
Yeah.
I'll form a psychic link with Léopold.
I'm gonna squeeze in. I swear to God, I'm having flashback scenario. If there's a mimic in here, I'm gonna be so mad.
Why would I do that to you twice?
You did it to me like 6 times in a row.
Eh. Leo.
Yeah.
You squeeze through the little gap into the tunnel. Do you have a light source or are you relying on dark vision?
I would ask to bring. No, I have my little blue torch. I forgot about this.
Okay.
Yeah, I got a light source.
So casting blue flame into the room, because effectively that's what it is. Imagine a room the size of the base of this chair. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like we'll say these like 4 big squares around here. Casting into the center of the room, you do see piles of multicolored sand, which look to be crushed gemstones. However, perched in the center of this kind of bed of sand, as though it's nestled down into it, is the biggest, ugliest, scariest beetle that you've ever seen in your life. This thing could chomp you in half.
Okay. I'm going to. Can I identify the colors of the gems?
Yes, it's crushed, powderized gemstones of all colors of the rainbow.
Right. We're here looking for blue, right? We need blue.
You need emerald-colored sand.
Green. So I need green.
Mhm.
I'm looking for green. Do I see the green?
Yeah, you see emerald. All colors of the rainbow are present. Green is one of the
Okay.
colors of the rainbow.
All right. How far away? I'm going to. Does the beetle see me?
It looks like it's asleep.
Okay. I'm going to sneak up and try to snag some of the emerald sand.
Give me a stealth check.
I'm going to tell Geppa that I am getting ready to do something dangerous.
Psychic.
So that, yep, psychically. So that is a stealth of 12.
Stealth of 12?
Yeah.
So you approach the bed of sand, tiptoeing. There's a deafening sound as though the air all around you is being slashed as the beetle's wings come to life, and it snaps its enormous pincers in your direction as your approach has awoken it. I'm going to tell you two things.
Okay.
That these two things are correlated. I'm not going to tell you what to do with the information. The first thing is roll initiative.
Okay.
And the second thing is, as this beetle turns towards you and its giant mandibles or pinchers snap shut, you can see the acid pooling off of them and dripping onto the floor.
Oh, sorry, I stole you.
I inadvertently picked the same color here, but that's fine. I also rolled amazing.
All right.
All right, who's at the top? It's just... Did everybody roll or
Jen.
did just Leo roll?
Everybody. rolled.
I rolled.
I
thought it
didn't
was
roll.
just-
Should I? I mean, I guess I'm tell.
Should I have rolled?
If you roll initiative, you're going to be surprised unless you're Leo.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Actually, I'm going to say that also Geppa would not be surprised because Leo's been in contact with him right outside the door.
Makes sense.
All right.
All right, so
Jen is
who's at the top?
Genevieve's
Genesis-
first is surprised.
Genevieve
Yep,
surprised?
surprised.
Then who?
Geppa.
Geppa, you're not
Uh,
surprised.
But I don't really have line of sight or anything through here, do I?
You can look through the little hole and you can see the glow of Leo's torch, but you can't see the monster that he sees.
I'm going to create bonfire 5 feet from my tiny feet perspective in front of Leo.
So right in front of Leo?
Yeah.
Okay. We can go ahead and treat these as squares. Just go ahead and draw out where you'd like to place it.
Yep. How wide is the squeeze tunnel?
Maybe half an inch, because your tiny little action figure people would have to squeeze.
I mean,
to
like
get in.
does the bonfire block the entire width of the tunnel?
No.
So 5 foot square.
No. As soon as you
Okay.
squeeze through the entrance, you can stand back up again.
Ah, I get it. Okay.
Just
Yeah, no,
it's a
I'm
squeeze
just gonna
entrance, not a
create-
squeeze tunnel.
I
How
cast
long-
create bonfire in front of Leo and move back to give him space when he comes out of the tunnel.
Who's next?
The monster.
Okay. Leo,
Mhm.
you need a dexterity saving throw.
In theory,
Mhm.
I am good at these.
In theory.
In practice, I rolled a 6, which is a dex save of 13.
Of 13.
Yep. Is that a pass or a fail?
That's a pass, actually.
Oh, okay.
So the thing turns towards you, and it releases this gout of just burning acid from its mandibles. And you realize that every beetle you've ever met can do something like this. And you just never gave it any thought because you could always just squish them with your big toe. But at your scale, this gout of acid hisses and smokes along the ground and just narrowly misses you as it comes around. And as this thing spits at you, it's not going to approach you because it doesn't want to step into that bonfire. But you realize you're not getting any of this sand out of this inside of this chair until you deal with this acid spitting beetle.
Oh. Okay. I'm next. So my plan of attack was to run up, grab, and then run away.
Run away?
Well, my plan was to grab some of the sand and then run away, but you're saying I can't do that. Because I'm a monk and I've got a key point left.
What are you going to put the sand into?
My bag, my backpack. I'm just gonna scoop a big old handful, just do a drive-by, scoop it into the bag, and then run.
You will have to enter the thing's threat range to do that.
I have key point. I can disengage as a bonus action.
Okay.
So the question then becomes is like, how big is the room?
It's as big as it looks.
Okay.
The tiny squares on the map are 10 feet, so this is the correct scale of the room.
Okay. Can I get to the sand, back to the hole with 40 feet of movement?
Oh yeah.
And then get into the hole. Okay.
Presuming the thing doesn't kill you.
Yeah, I have. Well, hopefully it doesn't have sentinel.
Okay.
I tell Geppa that I'm about to make a break for the sand. I'm going to. Does it require my action, or is it my Adam interaction to just do that drive-by?
Going to require an action to pick up the sand because
okay,
you have to stoop down with your hand and scoop up enough and put it into a bag or something. It's a little more
right.
It's a little more strenuous than just pulling a door closed behind you.
Okay. Well, I will use my action to do that.
Okay.
I will approach, do that, and then disengage with my bonus action and make a break for the door.
And the thing has sentinel.
I mean, it's still got to hit me.
It still has to hit you. I've got an 18 to hit.
That hits.
Yeah, silvery barbs. Sorry.
That hits.
7 points of piercing damage from the thing as it lashes out at you with one of its spindly legs. And when you're hit by something that has sentinel, your speed becomes 0. You're not able to move away from it.
Well, I have the sand.
You have the sand. It's on your person.
All right.
You just got to get away from it next round. And I'm assuming when you approached it, you didn't approach into the bonfire. It is bigger than you, so I'm having it fill up a whole one of these tiny squares.
Yeah.
Okay. Because technically, it's a giant beetle, which is still a small creature. But you guys are tiny creatures.
Right.
I'll let you shout an emergency warning outside if you need to.
Yeah, like
Safe word.
It's like, man,
I'm definitely shouting, having been in psychic contact.
Yeah,
that'd be a great time for Tempest to fall out of the air.
You hear Léopold shouting, "Physics, physics!"
Who's next?
That's our safe word.
After
Leo,
unsafe word.
It's Alister.
Alister, you have no idea what's even going on.
Yeah, Alister's just sitting here going, God, I wish they hurry up.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Who's next?
After that, it's Hugo.
Hugo's surprised.
Hugo's surprised, I believe. Yep.
So you spend this round kind of what's happening over there, looking back over your shoulder and seeing that Geppa is worried. Does Geppa have a worried expression?
I think we're heading in that. I think we were heading in that direction, and we hadn't quite
We were just
registered with it.
moseying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, who's next?
Jen.
Genevieve will come dashing over. 10, 15.
Well, Genevieve was surprised, wasn't she?
Yeah, well, I'm at the top of
you're
round
at the top
two.
of the order. Gotcha.
Yeah.
So you
5, 10.
break out into a run, like, oh no.
I mean, so I could get this far, but I don't know what's going on, so I don't know to use my dash to continue. What's going on, Geppa?
Problems, danger.
That's probably
what I said since
35, 40, 45, 50.
The red square is a little
kind of a
squeeze square, so you'd have to squeeze
Yeah.
through that.
I would have to do 10 feet of movement just to end my turn in that, so I'm going to stop here.
Okay.
And not block the tunnel.
Correct. Who's next?
Yeah.
Geppa.
5, 10. Can I throw a firebolt now through here? I misunderstood that. So, do I have a shot with a firebolt through the squeeze square?
I'm going to say you don't have line of sight because last round you
Okay.
weren't able to see the monster, and Leo
Can I
functionally
drop
hasn't moved.
Can I drop a bonfire directly under it now that I have a better idea what's going on in there?
Yeah, you can try to put a bonfire under it.
Cool. I'm going to need a DC 15 dexterity saving throw.
I got a 6.
Okay. Takes 1d8 fire damage, and anything that's turned there also has to make that save.
Okay.
That's not a d8. It takes 8 fire damage.
All right.
I got a little movement to give Léopold some space.
Who's next?
It is the beetle.
All right, let's see if his breath weapon recharges.
Genevieve looks in there and goes, "Oh, that's the biggest beetle I've ever seen."
You can't see
Hey,
the
be
beetle
careful,
from
they
outside
were-
the crawl space. If you hunker down
Oh, I
and
can't.
peer
Oh,
through
okay.
it, you're basically just looking at Leo's legs, and you can see a bonfire. Leo, I need a dexterity saving throw.
Sure. This is better than you rolling against my AC.
Not if you fail to save.
That is a 22.
All right, 22 is good. Another gout of acid hits the side of the stone wall, hissing and smoking where it lands. You definitely don't want to get hit by one of these.
Mm-hmm.
And it is going to skitter off of the bonfire, kind of moving
Oh, I was
laterally
hoping-
along the floor.
I was hoping the room was small enough that it couldn't do that.
No, it's got lots of space to move around in here. That's it for the beetle. Who's next?
Leo. All right. I am going to get thinking if I want to go for it. All right. Key points. Dodge,
Dodge, okay.
and I'm just gonna go for it.
All right, so I'm going to use my reaction, and if this hits, you're not going anywhere. But I'm rolling at
I'm not-
disadvantage. That's a 1. Your dodge
well,
turned
yeah,
into a
but-
wedge. You come scrambling out of the hole.
Well, also I wasn't disengaging, so.
Well, it doesn't matter. You're leaving the thing's threat range. It's going to try to hit you.
Oh yeah.
But it rolled
Yeah,
a
this
1.
disengage doesn't do anything. So
If you hadn't have dodged, it would have rolled a 17.
That was my AC, so yeah.
Well, that 17 would have turned into a 23.
Oh.
And yeah, there's a crash behind you as we're coming off initiative, and there's a crash behind you as the beetle hits the wall, and you can see its little mandibles chomping in the hole. No
Leo's
longer a
gone.
threat. Then after a moment,
Oh, wow. Look at that. Genevieve says as the mandibles come out, and she just wants to, like, look at it.
don't. You might get acided.
Yeah, beetles breathe acid, or spit acid. Didn't you know that?
it's gross.
Hugo's dragging her out from behind the throne.
No, but I want to take I want to get a picture. I want to sketch a picture.
So this room had rats with the stat blocks of lions and an acid-spitting beetle with the stat of a red dragon wormling.
I thought it might have been a dragon.
Yeah. Well, I gave
Wait.
it Sentinel specifically because I figured someone would try to sneak in and steal and get out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're in a dungeon and we fought a dragon? Question mark.
It was a beetle, not a dragon. It just had the
These
stat block of
Dungeons
a
and
dragon.
Dragons.
All the way to Alister. We're okay.
Good.
So you guys
There's
get
a really big beetle. It's so cool.
You should bring it home.
I can't carry it. It's humongous.
Oh yeah, the rope is here, right?
you get back to the little cauldron. You put the 4 ingredients inside of it, and it begins giving off this kind of minty smelling, like minty, refreshing gouts of steam rolling off of the sides of the cauldron. And as you breathe it in, the effects of the shrinking spell begin to subside. So you and anything
get
you're
off the
worn
zip.
or carrying grow back to normal size,
Including the lantern. I just don't.
including the lantern and the torch
Yeah,
and
there we
everything
go.
else you had.
Oops.
Damn,
I
action
just made her
figures.
smaller.
Leo,
Well, that was something to write about.
Yeah.
now that you're normal size again, you see something that you couldn't see before. You couldn't see it from the doorway, and you couldn't see it from the floor because you were too small. But there seems to be a trap door, some kind of hatch in the ceiling with a little tiny pull rope on it right here.
Hugo, do you want to pull it or do you want me to?
I don't know. Hugo pulls on it.
Hugo, you pull on the little
Yep.
rope, and the little hatch opens, and it dumps 10 pieces of fake treasure on your head.
Cool. I'm gonna put that on the party sheet.
I was hoping for green slime.
Alister will applaud and then start to sing the little song he wrote about the small adventurers.
Is it as good as your green
Oh.
key song?
It's better.
Wow. And your
Dude,
tiny
you
little
knew that
adventure
we-
is over.
Alister, thank you very much for keeping watch for us.
No, he should totally have been here for us.
I think it was actually legitimately important that somebody was, stayed out of the room in case
Yeah.
we
Oh.
got.
Rez,
got
the
s-
player, does, but Genevieve is kind of reckless and
It's
thinks
a
that we
good
could have
training
done
dungeon.
better. Yeah.
I was actually not expecting there to be a solution. I figured we'd have to go back and beg somebody for dispel magic.
Oh, I mean, I went the other
I
way
was
and said,
expecting that
it's a
too.
training dungeon. There must be a solution. Come
Uh,
on, it's safe.
You know what I was thinking? I was thinking that the mushrooms were going to come out of this room.
Oh no, we could never make it back there though.
So you
That's
see,
a week-long excursion.
Yeah.
After Nerium's petrification escapade, I don't trust Brickroad to do that.
Genevieve doesn't know who Nerium is.
That's for the best. So you guys are going to go through this door
Yeah.
next?
I
Oh
wonder
yeah,
if they get
Alister's
along.
gonna unlock it.
All right, you unlock the door with your newly acquired green key, and we'll see what's on the other side of it after we take a short break. Why don't we go ahead and get you coffee,
Okay.
get you bagel,
Yeah, lunchtime.
make a grilled cheese sandwich if you need to. That's what I'm going to try to do in 15 minutes. And we'll reconvene
Oh,
at
good luck.
4:30.
Final Fantasy XIV introduced a character, and that character is wearing Daisy Duke shorts with leggings underneath it.
Is it Sydney?
No. We haven't seen Sid since the end of Endwalker.
I am making chicken and waffles.
Scarfed me a grilled cheese with 3 minutes to spare. That's efficient use of time.
Congratulations.
It was just quick and dirty grilled cheese. Nothing that Babish would be proud of.
I had a ham sandwich.
No. I mean, he's got the correct opinion on grilled cheese, which is as long as you only include 3 ingredients, it's a proper grilled cheese.
Yeah, but I know Babish's take on having pre-shredded bags of cheese.
Oh, okay.
So he would not have approved. This is butter the bread, a fistful of pre-shredded cheese. I do have all the ingredients to make his jalapeno popper grilled cheese this week.
That one's good.
Yeah.
That's real good.
Can make a proper grilled cheese, just can't do that inside of 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Now listen, I'm of the opinion the best grilled cheese you're gonna get is just Kraft single.
Nope. I'm a man who
There
loves
are
a craft
places
single.
I think that craft singles are actually okay, but that's not one. I'm sorry.
Because you just gotta get that right consistency.
I won't shy away from a craft single grilled cheese sandwich. All right. I've eaten a million of those.
Mm-hmm.
But the Babish recipe that we use for grilled cheese, now you get the same consistency in your cheese. It just tastes a whole lot better.
Yeah, no, it's really good. Like there's a couple of stuff from his that I actually really like making. It's that, and it's the chalk cheese sandwiches.
In fact, whenever we make grilled cheese sandwiches, we have to, that same week, we have to make beer battered onion rings. Because
Yeah.
those are the only two food things that we ever need beer for. Otherwise, we never have beer.
I mean, oh no. You have grilled cheese and beer battered onion rings.
Yeah, so one
whatever
day
while you do.
we have grilled cheese and tomato soup, and we use part of the beer. And then the next day we have onion rings, and we use another part. And then I end up pouring like a third of a can of beer down the drain.
Oh, I just figured you would have had the onion rings with the grilled cheese.
No, we have grilled cheese and tomato soup, and then the next night we have onion rings with whatever, usually grilled chicken or something.
I'm not a fan of tomato soup.
I'm usually not either. Like, I can't just sit and eat a bowl of it, but I will dump my sandwich in it all day long.
That's a great compliment.
All right, who are we waiting on to come back? I mean, I realize that we never come back on time, but I'm on time for
I'm here.
I'm waiting on something in my oven to get finished.
Now, what are you making?
I'm making chicken and waffles.
Oh, that's good there. Now, okay, I shouldn't have to ask this question, but people have been posting ordinary sausage to my Discord for the past year. Do you mean you're making like real waffles and serving the waffles with your chicken? Or are you putting like shredded chicken onto a waffle maker like you're a crazy person?
Oh, what? No. So I have these frozen fried chicken things that I cook in my air fryer.
Yeah,
And then when the air fryer is done, I cook the waffle with an Eggo Belgian style waffle.
yeah.
And then I take 3 chicken strips, put them on top of the waffles. First, I butter the waffles.
Yeah.
And then I put syrup over the chicken and the waffles. And then I cut it up into 9 pieces, and I eat each piece with both chicken and waffle.
Okay, I approve.
Very elaborate description.
In the world of ordinary sausage, I feel I have to be specific.
Yeah, you have to specify because no, I broke my waffle maker by putting spaghetti sauce and liquid smoke all over it.
I had to. I was about to ask because it said. Did you mean chicken and waffles or chicken waffles? 'Cause
Chicken
they're two different. So,
We do
What,
chicken
what would it
waffles
taste like if
sometimes.
if you just mix like shredded chicken with waffle batter?
Well,
I
I
mean,
imagine it actually wouldn't be bad.
post that
Yeah.
on ordinary sausage, and I'm sure he'll do it.
The
I mean-
texture would be the weird thing, but I think it would taste fine.
Yeah, you know what? Now that you're saying it out loud, I think it probably tastes okay too.
Yeah.
yeah, especially if you just use the pancake batter as like the batter you fried in.
This is why
Yeah, if
we
you
need
just use it
someone
like
doing
normal.
these experiments, right? We need ordinary sausage out there doing this crazy stuff.
He's not doing it for scientific reasons.
He's doing it for the ad dollars.
I would like to know if you added shredded chicken to a pancake batter and made a waffle out of it, what would it be like?
Shredded chicken pancake.
You think someone's done it? It's out there already?
It might.
gotta be.
It sounds like something that's in like a Japanese dish that I've had before, but that might be fish, actually.
Some
Dak-
days you
uh,
make a complicated recipe, and some days you just have to slap a grilled cheese on the stove for a few seconds.
Delicious
Dakion.
chicken waffle sandwich recipe.
Oh man, it's out
Chicken
there.
and waffle bites.
Chicken and waffle
Apparently-
bites.
I mean, because savory pancakes exist.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, and they're really
Shredded
good.
chicken pancake because waffles are too much work. Oh my god. Somebody did it on
No,
Reddit.
go make the waffle, because otherwise you're not. Because you need some kind of sauce, whether you do a sweet sauce or a savory sauce you need something to collect the sauce on a dish like that.
Pancakes are superior to waffles. I'm sorry.
There you go, Brick.
Yeah, it's called Dakjion. It's a Korean food.
From the shitty food porn community on Reddit. All right, that is some shitty food porn.
I
I
will
don't
be
know.
right
It's
back.
fine to me.
If you
Amateur.
waffled that, and then I'm thinking like a marinara sauce with a little bit of Parmesan or shredded mozzarella on top. That's
Some
how I
sweet
would
and
eat
sour
that.
sauce.
I had a tragedy over break. I went to the fridge and realized that while I did get up at 7 a.m. because we're out of both toilet paper and dog food and got myself some mini cokes, I did not put any of them in the fridge.
Oh no, you gotta drink them warm.
No, I just put some in the fridge and I'll have one after the game.
So we have everybody back.
My wife brought me a Coke when she brought me lunch. Like, I'm all right, but it's still tragic.
Your wife brings you lunch on game day? I gotta eat.
She brought me chicken from the chicken place, but I'm still not really chewing much, so I got soup and mashed potatoes and whatchamacallit, mac and cheese.
I do like making fried mac and cheese bites. I've done that a few times. That's a food that should not exist. That's when you-
Man's hubris.
Yeah, Icarus getting too close to the sun.
but they're so good when you make them properly. They're so good. The other thing is, there's a restaurant we go to called Giggle Waters. It's a restaurant in a theater. So you go in, they screen 20-year-old movies, and you can eat while watching the movie. And I always order their mac and cheese burger, where they just put a spoon of their super gooey mac and cheese right on the hamburger.
Oh man, I had a salad for lunch and I was happy, and now I'm just hungry.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You're ruining my diet.
I just ate a grilled cheese sandwich, and now I'm hungry for a mac and cheese.
Yeah, no, that sounds divine.
We're all fat kids down here.
I have to work out on my bike
Little
every day just to
refits for your
maintain this level of fat. I don't know what I would look like if I didn't. I think I
I
heard
probably
everybody
like
back.
I just
We're just
walked
waiting
for like 4 miles.
What's Chris's waffle situation?
He might have just gotten up to go get
He
it.
might just get, yeah, okay. That's
Well.
fair.
You probably
because
look like me.
we've been in and out of the house all week. We've been eating fast food like all week. I told my wife like we have to make
Yeah,
like,
don't do that.
we have to make like real dinner tomorrow or I'm going to die.
Yeah,
Make something that's actual food for once. Doesn't have to be
I
complicated. Pan of spaghetti I'd be happy with.
had no time last semester, and I was just eating fast food every night, and like I would literally have murdered somebody for a salad. And now I'm eating salad every day because I actually have time to prepare stuff.
I did
Oh.
eat 2 salads. Both nights we ordered pizza this week. I got a salad and only ate a small piece of pizza and then mostly salad. But
Yeah,
it's salad from a pizza joint, so you know.
it doesn't have arugula in it, I assume.
It's got,
Oh,
Probably just iceberg.
oh, you know what? I just realized that I apparently missed. I didn't know that they had announced anything for Metroid Prime 4 at all during that last direct.
Oh yeah, no, it's announced.
oh,
Yeah, I
do
know
we
they
have-
announced it, but they showed a bunch of footage and stuff. Apparently, I somehow
Yeah.
missed that entire thing
Oh.
while I'm sitting here jumping up and down in my chair for
Question
the
is,
2 things
are
that
we-
I was excited
Do
for.
we have to buy a Switch 2 for it?
No,
No,
it was a
apparently
Switch
it's for
1.
Switch. Yeah.
It was a Switch 1 thing. They said there is no information. They released nothing on the Switch 2 in that.
I thought either it would get pushed to the Switch 2 or it would be like a dual release thing like they did with Breath of the Wild.
It
Well,
probably still will be.
They're
I
supposed to.
assume.
They've said the Switch 2 is going to be fully backwards compatible. So.
Well,
We'll
the Wii was
see.
backwards compatible, and they still released a Wii version of Twilight Princess. Of course, they
Yeah.
wanted the waggle, and I guess it's a different situation.
Yep.
It is hilarious having just played Arena this past week. Like, 'cause I thought Twilight Princess like pioneered the idea of waggling to swing your sword. No, you were doing that in Elder Scrolls Arena in 1994 with a mouse. Every monster I had to fight, you just wiggle the mouse back and forth real fast.
Oh, your slashing attack is where you're pointing.
It's Doom rules, right? So you can't look up or down. You don't really have to aim. As long as the monster is in your viewport and you're swinging, you will hit it. I'm really glad I played through that game. I really, really enjoyed that.
I really enjoyed playing through Morrowind recently. I am significantly less enjoying Oblivion.
I do wonder whether it's either Daggerfall or Oblivion is going to be at the bottom of the barrel for me in Elder Scrolls games.
I would put
Probably
Oblivion
Oblivion,
above
right?
Dagger.
Yeah.
No. Daggerfall.
I probably
Oh,
won't need the
okay.
console to solve Oblivion.
Because Daggerfall, because Oblivion is pretty like there's a lot of the same environments, but they're like they're all they put them together with pieces, right? So you'll go into the cave and then like you'll recognize a room, but it'll be connected to another room you reckon, that kind of thing. But yeah, they're not randomly generated 50,000-mile long tunnels. And yeah,
We're still waiting on Chris's
Plus-
waffles. That's all we need before you go back, right?
plus the quest and Oblivion are actually good. I did a quest where you go in. I forget what you're doing, but like you're doing. It's one of the danger quests. They send you into a cave full of trolls, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we need you to get this thing." And like, there's just and every single troll had like 5 or 6 pairs of calipers on them.
Oh,
And
it's creepy.
They don't. And when I said that, Saul immediately said, "Oh, you're in this cave doing this." I'm like, do the trolls always have 5 or 6 pairs of calipers on them when you do this quest? Is there a reason?
It's the caliper
He's
troll
like, no.
cave.
He's like, no, they just have calipers there. And I'm like, oh, it's weird. It's weird, man.
Daggerfall, I've only used the console to get around the quote-unquote puzzle design, which is like, okay, in this big tunnel complex, you'll find 3 or 4 levers to play with, and there's no indication of what any of them do, so you just put them into some configuration and go see if the door's open, and if it's not, you go put them in another configuration. It's just after 30 minutes of back and forth, I'm like, oh look, I can just type a console command and the door opens. We solved the puzzle.
Yay.
Yeah. Arena wasn't much better because all of the puzzling in that was just really, really old riddles. The final boss of the game was the letter E.
Yeah.
So not much better.
Yep.
And I don't think Morrowind or Oblivion or Skyrim do anything with like, they just jettison any kind of puzzle solving.
Oblivion has what I would consider some puzzle. Like Oblivion has puzzles because you'll get quests and they just kind of. A lot of people just remember, oh, you just follow the markers everywhere. But there's a bunch of quests where they're like, yeah, no, you gotta figure out where to go. Like they'll give you a letter and like a vague map and go figure it out, forehead.
In Oblivion? I don't remember that at
Yeah.
all.
Yeah. I got a quest to do that. They're like, it was in one of the towns. You go there. This lady sends you to get like a Akavari necklace from a like doomed fort, and like that they that had been lost to time, and she found some letters from a soldier to kind of describe where it is, and she's like, yeah, here's a map pointing to the.
We might have to go back into the game without Chris. His waffles are holding us back.
Yes. He'll be back.
He'll be back.
All right, I'm back.
He is back. There he is. Okay. All right. So you're going to go through this door
return
here.
it.
Get my lens of truth. You unlock a small Tetris piece shaped hallway
Line piece.
with an unlocked door here.
This is the L piece. The line piece is something different.
And as soon as Hugo steps to the door, he shrinks down to the size of a mouse.
Sure.
No,
Okay.
that doesn't happen. So yeah, no, unlocked door here.
All right, gonna unlock the south door.
Okay. With your green key, you open up back into
Yeah.
the mushroom room.
Should we take a short rest before considering before proceeding? I don't know about anybody else, but I'm pretty beaten up.
We probably should.
Where would you like to do that?
The safest place seems like the entryway.
We do
Okay.
have a pretty quick way to it, it looks like.
Yeah, this is a safe jaunt over here.
Over the course of your short rest, your blue and red key will vanish, but you can make another one.
Correct.
Yeah, you guys can go and take the benefits of a short rest.
Hooray. Do I want to burn?
All right, hit dice. Don't fail me now.
I have not actually used hit dice yet.
You get an extra D6 for sauna rest.
Oh, that
Thank
might be
you.
everything I need. Oh. Yep, there we go.
That tops me off with 1.
So
Yeah,
that's
there's one.
3.
Nice.
Are we good?
All right. I'm good. I got my short rest. Or I got my action surge back. I got a second wind ready. I'm feeling pretty fine.
Okay. What's next?
Head back around and start going. Yeah, go this way.
Okay. Opening the door, looking into this room. It is a room with no floor.
That's rude. Is it really a room if there's no floor?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll make sure I get the doors correct here. So you have a door here in the west. You have a door here in the north, and a second door here in the north. And I think those are under the fog of war. Let me go ahead and get my grabby hand. So door.
You want to try
door,
some other
door,
doors first?
door. So looking in this room, intellectually, you must understand it's not a bottomless pit because there can't be any such thing, right? However, you can't see the floor from the room, and the room feels very drafty and very echoey as you step into it, implying a vast, vast, vast space indeed. Stretched
Hugo.
along the horizontals and verticals of this floor, in this kind of grid pattern, are lengths of rope looping up and over each other, tied off into hooks along the walls at 5-foot intervals.
This is awful.
This
Do we
seems
have-
very awful.
Do
What's
we
the
have any
ceiling
reason
like?
to step in here right now?
Looking up to the ceiling, just a standard stone ceiling like the rest of the complex. Well, the rest of the indoor parts of the complex. They were like fakey outdoor rooms, if you recall. What was...
Genevieve, oh,
Alister had a question?
I'm just wondering, do we have any reason to actually go in here right now, or should we maybe check the rest of the doors
No.
first?
Genevieve would like to say that she has no more ability to cast Featherfall. And
Does it matter if you're falling forever? It's the only stop that kills you.
It would bring me some sort of sense of comfort for the first minute or so.
Okay.
How long does Featherfall last? It's like a minute, right?
Yeah, it's a minute. Yeah,
Yeah.
all 600 feet.
So you want to go through this door?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Literally
check
any
that
other
door, yeah.
door. Also, I can't help but think that if this room was instead over here when Genevieve had run through this door screaming, that would have ended very badly.
That would have been very funny.
This might be my favorite room in the dungeon. Oh, well, first, I mean, you get into another little L-shaped hallway with an unlocked door on the other side. Going through that door, let me draw the doors in first. There's one in the north, there's one in the west, there's one in the east here. And in the center of this room, I'm going to make this a different color. Looking into this room, it's filled with construction materials. Okay, bits of board, little piles of brick here and there, some tools kind of haphazardly thrown around. Like there's a tool belt hanging on a wall with. How many trolls have you met? Each of them had 5 calipers, I think.
Yeah.
The center of the room is roped off. So there's stakes kind of put up on A-frames, and then in between are tied off lengths of string with little signs dangling over the side, indicating that whoever was supposed to have finished this part of the training dungeon apparently didn't do it. They just completely spaced on the task.
Yeah, Hugo, before you go in that room, Alister's going to open this other door.
You're going to open this other door with your
Alright.
green key?
Yeah. Yeah. And then probably immediately shut it upon seeing a giant bloody pentagram.
This is a very devilish looking room. So on this each wall is a massive white skull mounted there with fangs and a horrible visage and bony horns curling off of the sides. And then in the center of the room, a huge demonic emblem drawn into the floor, gouged into the floor, making some kind of channels. And then filling up the channels is some sort of semi-viscous, glossy-looking liquid. This is clearly a devil summoning chamber. You all have seen pictures.
Genevieve, they wouldn't put an actual pit fiend summoning circle in the training dungeon, would they?
No, she says nervously and closes her helmet.
So, I have a question for the party. What-
Yeah.
Does anybody know, like, what we're... Like, how do we know we're done with this place? Are we just supposed to complete absolutely every room? Is that our goal here? Like,
We get all the treasure.
Well, I mean, we haven't uncovered everything beyond the green key, she says. Maybe it will make itself apparent. Maybe this is the last set of rooms. We had to use all the other keys to get here.
It's true.
okay.
Technically, we didn't have to use any of the keys to get the green key.
Well-
yeah. Correct.
She thinks about that logic and goes, "That's not fair."
Yeah.
Okay, so we
She's gonna
got
take a look inside. Oh, I don't
this
like it.
room, and then we also have the other door from the main entrance that probably comes in through the side. I don't know if you want to go through that side or if you want to go through this main room first.
I mean,
Well,
this
let's
ro-
just go in here first.
Okay.
Yeah, let's...
Going into the room under construction. There is a door in the north, east, and west here.
Is there a sign that says under construction, property managed by the Dungeon Designers Guild?
No, nothing like that. It looks like someone at the school, whether a student or an instructor or someone you're not sure, was supposed to have designed and built something in this room, and then it just never got done. It was just a task that, for one reason or another, somebody either spaced on or somebody made a commitment that they then ghosted. I mean, you and Raz work in academia. You know that kind of thing never happens in the real world.
No, never ever.
Never.
All projects that we start always go to completion.
Correct, yeah.
And under budget and before a deadline, too.
But this is a fantasy setting, so we can just pretend.
Yeah. I do want to investigate, like, is there some sort of trap or device that would detect whether somebody stepped under here? Or is it just a simple cordon?
It's just a cordoned off area. However, go ahead and give me an
Yeah.
investigation roll.
Yeah.
Can we tell what they were building?
Yeah, Genevieve's interested.
No, it's too early of a stage of construction. Could be any number
I'm
of
at
things.
10.
You guys find pots of unused paints, and you got a 10? Okay.
10, yeah.
I guess there's an anvil in the corner. I hadn't seen that before. That's kind of interesting. Who doesn't love an anvil?
Who doesn't?
Genevieve loves an anvil.
You guys have not lived until you've rigged up a multiplayer Minecraft trap that drops an anvil on somebody's head. That's the best.
In a Iron Man world.
I did it to not a butt face, and it was the best day of my life. Who's next?
And it deletes the world after.
Leo wants to look up like the ceiling. He's looking for a trapdoor where the treasure would fall out, because presumably that is already in place.
You
Even
don't
regardless
find
the-
a trap door. What you do find is a blue dotted line in the ceiling where it looks like a trapdoor was supposed to be installed at one point.
Alister's gonna search for fake treasure in this pile of stuff.
Alister, going through the pile of stuff, it's very, very, like, I mean, are you moving tools around and, like, sliding boards aside and things?
Yeah.
You can't move any of it. The boards aren't just laid here in a stack. They're nailed to each other and then affixed to the ground. The tools aren't just hanging from the wall in, like, a leather loop. The leather loop is affixed to the tool. Nothing can be removed. You can't actually build anything with any of this.
God damn it, guys! The room isn't under construction. It's finished.
Oh, then this is what the room's supposed to be like. So there is something going on here. And then Genevieve will step into the middle.
So you're gonna, are you gonna like climb over the rope, or are you gonna duck underneath it, or
Like,
what?
I mean, duck underneath it. I don't know how tall it is, but like Genevieve doesn't seem
It'd be
like,
like
a
waist
jump over.
length because it has signs draped over it, if you recall.
Yeah, she'll duck under it and climb into the middle.
Okay, and you do that. You climb into the center of it.
And she's gonna look around and just.
See if you can chisel open that ceiling.
She's carefully looking around, like if there's something that's gonna fall out from under her, like
There's not even a
she'll
hole in the
try
ceiling.
and
There's not even a
she'll
seam
try and
there.
spot it. But
Just imagine somebody
Yeah.
went by with a blue pencil and drew a dotted line in on where it was supposed to be installed.
I mean, if I could reach it, I'd poke it, but
You can't reach it from the floor, but if you had something to stand
Yeah.
on, you could.
I don't know if there's anything movable in this space that would.
It looks like you should be able to drag any amount of like crates and stuff off to the side, but as Alister just discovered, it's all immovable.
Yeah, it's all just part of the room. What's going on back here?
There's just more room over there.
Or just more room?
Yeah, just more room.
Hugo tests these doors up here in the corners.
Neither are locked.
I'm assuming this door is also not locked.
Also not locked.
Alister will open it.
Okay, and you just find a little hallway over here. It goes back into the rope
Okay.
room.
And just to verify, he's gonna open this door and be like, "Oh, look, ropes."
Yep, it's more
Then
ropes.
come back.
What's next?
So if I'm right, this whole shebang has been funneling us back to these back couple of doors, and if I'm right, there's that horrible creepy room on the other side of this door. But what's up here, I
Are
wonder?
you opening this door?
Yeah, Hugo will.
And when you look in, you do in fact see the devil summoning room once again.
Yeah, Hugo pulls the door back close. Yep, glad to know that's confirmed. And he will turn his attention up here.
This room is very well illuminated. Prompto agrees. The reason it's very well illuminated is because the room has maybe I don't know, 1 or 2 feet of standing water in it. And the water is heavily electrified. You can see the jolts of current like flashing through the water from this room or the next. You can hear it too, just this faint electric buzz. Over here is a raised dais on a stone platform. And then drifting between the door and the stone platform are these tiles wafting back and forth as though floating along the water.
That looks fun. Can I jump to this one?
You can with a successful acrobatics check.
That's an acrobatics of 9.
Of 9. I need you to, well, choose which of the surrounding 8 tiles you would like to fall into. The furthest from the door. Geppa, you leap over
He
the
let
tile.
you choose, and you chose the terrible one.
And the tile is very wobbly, and it's very difficult to support your weight. It's slippier, more slippery than you were expecting. You go sliding across as it lists one direction and dumps you into the electrified water.
Ooh.
Electrified water.
It's going to be 11 points of lightning damage that you will take at the end of every turn you stay into that water.
Can I then pull myself up onto this tile?
Grab it and hoist yourself up.
Yeah.
So Geppa's hoisted up on the tile, but Geppa's not remaining in this space. This tile is drifting back and forth across the room.
Don't touch the water.
We
It's shocky.
saw
could have
that.
told you that.
Why don't you just climb the walls, Geppa?
Well, the wall doesn't lead to the tile unless I can climb the ceiling. Is there any way can I lean or anything to make this tile move in the direction I want?
You can't, but you can make another Dex acrobatics check to try to jump to an adjacent tile somewhere.
Is this
I would
adjacent?
rather you.
Go ahead and make that check.
Is there any chance Mage Hand can push these tiles since they're in water?
Yeah, probably.
It's at 19 on acrobatics.
Okay, so you land on this one, and you manage to maintain your balance this time, but it's very wobbly under your feet. It's like the
Can
Wii
I
balance
just
board.
kind of drift over in this direction that I can jump to there at some point?
You
Yeah,
can
but
jump to
stop.
there without any issue,
No, okay.
because
Yep.
Geppa,
Mhm.
you need to slow down. Wait for.
you notice 2 things about this dais. It's cylindrical, and it's coming up out of the ground, maybe 3 or 4 feet or so. On the top is a second, smaller cylinder in the center that looks like a part of it can slide up and out. On the side of the dais, on the side facing you, is a large, narrow slat that looks like it's large enough to accept one of these floating tiles.
Huh. I will communicate that to my party.
Okay.
How are we supposed to get over there?
You can make an
I mean, I
acrobatics
think-
check to jump to each tile.
I mean,
How do
I
we
think
get
you
a
leave this to
tile?
me. That first one was a bit of a fluke. I just kind of lost
my
my
God.
balance at the end. It's not that hard.
Hugo stares at him very blankly, like, "Are you fucking serious?"
Hugo, can you just step aside for a second, Hugo? Let me get up here.
Yeah, try. You're gonna try and mage hand one over to me.
If I can get a moment.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, Alister, you can mage hand on the side of one of these tiles and push it because they're floating atop the water, and the tiles themselves aren't particularly heavy. Yeah, I'll say you can move a tile that's not currently occupied by a person. Otherwise, it would be too heavy for mage hand to move.
Yeah, he's gonna pull a tile furthest from the room.
But you
I'm gonna
can-
take a loop of rope and try and use that to pull the tile out of the water without actually reaching into the water.
give me a dexterity sleight of hand check. Let's see how well that goes for you.
It's 9.
A 9.
No, 10.
A 10, okay. So Alister and Geppa working together managed to get one of the tiles from the far side of the room that you weren't sure you were going to need, pull it to the water, and then Geppa very gingerly pulls it up and out. And you manage to orient it and slide it into this dais where it gives a very satisfying click. At which point, the tiny cylinder at the end, I got to go back to my original color now, does in fact lift up in the center of the dais, and it contains 10 units of fake treasure.
I will add that to the party feed. And yeah, can I climb the walls to get back out of here?
Yeah, you sure can.
I was going to do that in the rope room, but this one looked fun.
It looked fun until you got electrocuted.
Yeah. It's okay, Hugo. Deep breaths.
I can't words right now, so just expect Hugo to be reproachfully telling Geppa that running out on all by your lonesome is that's asking to get yourself hurt or worse.
He did get hurt. That's exactly what happened. Hugo is very
Yeah,
wise.
and
I'm about 10 feet away. We would have stood here deliberating about how to do it for a while, and then someone would have had to do it. So I just skipped that first part.
But if you'd fallen into the water over there, how do we get you?
He did. He climbed out.
Climbed out.
Yeah.
No, what if you fell unconscious though?
Ooh, that'd have been bad.
this is not you're justifying this for me, the player, is too frazzled right now to say the things that Hugo is actually saying, because
I understand Geppa's argument. It is that nothing bad happened, therefore it was the right thing to do.
Geppa, we all decided that Hugo was going to be the leader. Part of Hugo being the leader means that we let him make the decisions, and then we let him accept the responsibility for those decisions. Next time we go to a different dungeon, somebody else can be the leader.
He was a leader for the climbing, for the mimic dungeon. There's no leader for this dungeon.
I want Hugo to be the leader, and I want him to be the leader for every dungeon. Genevieve blurts out.
I don't care which of you is the leader, as long as you're in front of me.
I smell Nazir favoritism in that statement.
No,
no, that is absolutely not the
no,
case.
not at all.
That was a joke.
Hugo is the fighter with the axe. He should be in front.
Yeah, no, the fighter should be in the front.
Well, who's
But
in front?
also, Genevieve's justification is that he did well on the previous mission, and also he has military experience.
Genevieve should be in the back because she has spells and armor.
I don't have any spells that, like... Well, right now I don't. I do have armor.
So we have
So
the
Hugo-
floorless room and the demon room?
Yeah.
And then, well, this might
So-
be something. There might be more to
Okay.
this.
Can I make a suggestion? I think Geppa has very adequately demonstrated what he's easily capable of. I think he could easily shimmy across this wall and get to that other door.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. You want me to do that?
Go
I'm
for
on
it.
it, boss. I'm going to try and climb across the wall here and see if I can get to this door and open it.
You can indeed. Let me double check and make sure that the door is not locked when you get there. I'll just show you guys how I know which doors are locked and which ones aren't. That I have to check. It is in fact not locked.
Okay.
Looking into this room, it's another outdoorsy room. So it has kind of the fake skybox situation along the walls and ceiling,
Oh, that's not what I was expecting here.
similar to the
Yeah.
mushroom room and the warring armies room. This room is excruciatingly hot. Just standing in the
Okay.
doorway, it's sweltering because there is a waterfall of lava coming down along this wall and then flowing to the other side of the room and then disappearing into a crevice in the wall.
Does it look like it's realistic to access the room from this door from where I'm standing, or is it the way I'm coming in the only reasonable approach?
You can't even see the door behind the waterfall of lava.
Okay. I see how that works now. Okay.
Hey, Geppa, catch this
Uh,
rope.
I wouldn't come
what-
over here. I mean, this seems like
Okay.
it sounds like I'm going to take damage if I even step into this room.
Hold
what the
on,
hell is
hold
she
on, hold
doing?
on, hold on.
Hugo. We can just go back to the start.
No, we can't.
There's a waterfall of lava in the way. We'd
So
be
what was,
going
what was
behind
Hugo's
it.
idea?
Hugo was going to say to Geppa, catch this rope, hammer spike into the wall, and we can use that as like a guide rope to like shimmy across the rope.
Yeah, that's
Hold on.
good. Do I think I'm going to take damage even stepping into this room because of the heat?
Stepping into the room, no, it's extremely hot and uncomfortable, but you won't actually take damage unless you try to drink the lava. But nobody would do that.
All right, don't drink.
You're
the
talking to
lava.
Geppa. You're talking to
I'm gonna yell
Geppa. He might be
across
like,
the-
"What does this taste like?"
I'm gonna yell across the hall. Don't drink the lava, and then I'll catch the rope, hammer and a spike with my climbing kit, and step in to make space for my companions.
Stepping
Hugo,
into the
Spike.
room, you notice the walls and floors of some sections of the room seem to be alive, with lashing tentacles reaching out from holes in the wall or underneath stones on the ground. So you could chart a safe path to the other side of the room down this dirt path, but stepping off of the dirt path is potentially dangerous with these lashing tentacles all around.
Okay.
But you can
Hugo's
see on the
going
far
to-
side. Sorry, Hugo, but I wasn't done yet. On the far side,
I'm sorry.
10 units of fake treasure on the other side of the lava river.
So Hugo is going to spike the other end of the rope over here, and then kind of use that as a guide to shimmy across.
Okay.
On this.
Geppa, can you just climb the wall? Like, is there waterfall on
Not
both sides?
not with the tentacle side. We're not going to just climb the wall. Can you just mage hand the treasure?
Oh, yeah, we can try that.
Mm,
Yeah,
don't
I'll
like
sure
it.
stand
don't
here
like it.
and try to grab the treasure with mage hand.
And when you send your mage hand over the lava river, one of these tentacles reaches up from the lava, snatches the mage hand out of the air, and it disintegrates.
He'll try to send the mage hand up higher. The tentacles reach all the way to the ceiling.
If you put your mage hand up there, they do. It's almost as though this wizard-designed dungeon had mage hand in mind. Like you can't solve their trap with a simple cantrip.
On
Anybody got create water?
I say this, but you
In,
literally solved the previous room with mage hand.
when Leo's climbing through this right here, like, can he wants to take a moment to like study the ceiling and look for a trapdoor that fake units of treasure would fall out of.
You do, in fact, see one. Exactly the.
Okay.
I think this is the center of the room. Oh, I need a pencil. That's a line. Well, now it's going to be a square with a line in it.
Mm-hmm. This is not a square, by the way. It's a rectangle.
That's it. That's the last straw with you.
I'm just saying this is not a square room. It's
It wasn't
7
even
by 8.
Raz that did it.
I'm
7
sorry.
by 8.
I didn't draw the map. The map was drawn by Snowy
guy.
Maps. Yeah.
Snowy maps.
All right.
It is a wonder. I like how just hodgepodge the map is. It's got a little.
I won't drink the lava, but I will swish a bunch of ichor into my mouth and then spit it as far as I can into the lava.
Okay,
Do you think I could? Do you
Is
think
it
I could?
flammable?
It flares up.
Oh,
not-
Geppa, what are you drinking?
Do you
Okay,
think I?
fine.
You think if I
have a break, we gotta
ran,
go to the bridge.
Hugo? Do you think if I ran really fast, I could get over there and get it before the tentacles got me?
Oh, I would. Oh shit.
Hugo loves
I'm
that
sorry.
idea.
Hugo,
I'm asking like your opinion on that.
I can.
I
make you
don't
one
know that. I don't know that. I didn't see your nonsense with the with the buggy thing underneath the chair. So yeah, no, by all means, go right ahead.
Hold on. Wait, Leo. Take long strider. Get 10 more feet of movement.
So what is Leo doing?
All right. I mean,
Can I be standing nearby when you attempt this?
so
as long as you guys
the
are on
path
the
here-
dirt path, I'm not going to make you worry about any tentacles.
okay.
But the tentacles
like-
reaching out of the walls, they're reaching out of the ground, and they reach out of the lava when you send anything over the lava.
But like we get to this point and then there's lava,
Correct.
right?
Mhm.
Okay.
So you can
Is this
stand
a
at
safer
this area
point?
down south by the waterfall, and at this area at the north edge, you could stand right at the edge while you're on the dirt path.
Okay.
It's just terribly hot in here. It's almost as though there's a lava river cutting the room in half.
Is this a traversable location?
No, if you step off the dirt path into the center of the area, you're gonna risk tentacles. You can.
Oh,
I mean,
this isn't the dirt path with. I don't know what this is. I guess this like
no, the dirt path
is
is
that
down
rocks
the center
or
here.
something.
So
Okay.
I think it's supposed to be like gouts of fire coming out of something, but to me they look like tentacles. So that's what I put in my notes. Maybe I played
Yeah,
Final
it's-
Fantasy IV recently, and I got Octo Mammoth on the brain.
He's not even in a lava waterfall, just a regular waterfall.
Also, there weren't tentacles in any other room, and I can't have a whole dungeon with no tentacles. Like,
You got 50 feet of movement now, Leo.
so what is Leo attempting? Is the question.
Well, I kind of misunderstood the explanation of the room because I was picturing in my head like a path along, like a circular path that led to it, and I was thinking it would have to.
This dirt path
Outrun the-
here,
Yeah.
this is safe to stand on. Off of this dirt path,
So what did the tentacle do? Did they try to pull it down into the lava? The hand,
Alister
or
sent
did
his
they
mage
just-
hand up over the lava. A tentacle lashed out, and as soon as it did, the mage hand disintegrated. Then he tried one a little bit higher, and the mage hand the tentacle lashed up there.
Okay.
Is this here? Is this water?
No, there's no water in the room.
Okay.
Right. I guess I'm gonna go down into like a sprinting position,
Mhm.
and I'm going to pretend like I'm a GameCube era game and double dash.
So we'll do like a flying bicycle kick over the lava.
Basically running, jump, 150 feet of movement, get over there and try to get the treasure and get out without getting tentacled.
Okay.
So
I have a 13 to hit
Jump.
you.
nope.
So with blinding speed, Leo gets a run up, comes around this corner, does a crazy Liu Kang kick over the lava. The tentacle lashes out, but Leo's just traveling too fast. You land safely on the other side next to this pile of fake treasure.
I scoop it up and then do the same thing across.
That time I only got a 10 to hit you.
Nope. Too fast.
Good show, Leo.
Thank you.
Nice.
Here you go, Hugo.
Good job.
I'm gonna mark that on the sheet because I've been doing that. All right, let's get out of this room. It's hot.
Very
I don't like
hot.
it. I
Sweltering.
don't like it.
Leo, how do we get the treasure in this room?
And Leo will point out the point at the trapdoor in the center of this room here.
It's up in the ceiling, above the ropes.
So, and he'll kind of stand right here and he'll point it out.
I've got an idea. I've got an idea. Geppa, you stay here. Everybody else, let's get back across.
Genevieve looks
Alright.
out at the treasure and she goes, "Wouldn't it just fall?"
It would.
Not if we,
Hold on.
Down if we catch it.
All right, now, boss.
Hold up over there for a minute. I'll catch you in just a sec. Hi. All right, Genevieve, pull that spike and then throw the rope across to me here.
She'll give it a toss, but she's not very strong, and she'll say, "Alister, this is your domain."
Yeah, Alister will mage hand the rope across.
Okay. Mage hand just
Oh.
carries the rope across.
I see what you're doing. You're just gonna run
Yeah.
it down the center.
Yeah, so that's kind of doing this little number right here.
So there's already ropes crisscrossing the quote-unquote floor of this room, but now you have one
Yep.
running the diagonal. Okay.
Yep. So that way we have that way we can have a
You have a guide.
Wait,
guide
wait,
rope
wait.
that'll.
Why don't we go grab one of those platforms from the water room and just move it so it sits in the middle of the floor so when the treasure drops, it lands on the platform? Yeah, we just
The
put the platform
platform's
down.
floating in water, not in space.
They'll float on
Also-
rope.
Also, the water's electric, and I don't want to stick my hands in there. You can go ahead.
Agreed.
Geppa was able to get one out.
Geppa also got his ass lit up.
Yeah, I made him. He
Which
made a
point?
check and he made a sleight of hand check. I'll let you go fishing on the tile out with a sleight of hand check.
So how are we trying to how do we open the trapdoor now that we have the rope under it?
Hmm.
What if you stand under it? Maybe it just detects that you're there. Otherwise, it would just fall.
I'm gonna start plucking at these ropes. Do they have different harmonies or pitches or anything like instrument?
The ropes are fairly well tensioned. There's not a lot of slack of
Mhm.
them, and they have like a threading pattern. So a rope will go over, under, over, under. So they do kind of make a pretty secure netting.
For a huge creature.
But they don't make like I can't play them like an instrument.
Correct. No,
Okay.
they're thick ropes.
Um,
They're thick
Can they
enough
be
that you could,
detached?
if a well-balanced person could walk across them. They're at least that thick.
Could they be detached if, like, you were weird?
Yeah, each one is affixed to the side of the wall with a metal hook.
I don't
So-
see why we would want to do that, but
all right. Zelda logic. Does anybody have the ether spell?
no. I know you're going with that though.
So alternate then. Can we get some dust? Can we get some dirt to kind of just throw across there, like we're doing Indiana Jones?
You get a handful
Wait.
of dust or something, yeah, if you want to throw it in.
Yeah, well, Genevieve brought Earth into the dungeon specifically for the yellow key. She'll just chuck the dirt she's been carrying along
And you
in,
never
like-
see that clump of dirt again. It falls into the bottomless pit.
in this direction. Okay, well,
Yep,
that
just-
did nothing.
Okay.
Well, yeah, you want to help me grab a platform?
I mean, we could just hold open like a sheet of like a towel or something to catch the treasure.
Alister, I'll let you make a sleight of hand check to go successfully fish one of those floating platforms out of the electric room if you'd like.
You know what? Sure.
Okay. Dexterity, sleight of hand.
Should give myself bardic inspiration.
You can't inspire
I wish that-
yourself. You're already
wish that-
maximally inspired by whatever muse
That's
made you a bard in the first place.
That's a 14.
14? Okay. Yeah, it's tricky, but you do manage to. I mean, you can mage hand one over to where you are, and then you manage to pull it out without electrocuting yourself.
Yeah, he drags it back in here.
You now have this stone tile.
And so
Yeah,
he's gonna put it on the ropes to make sure they hold.
It is not as wide as the space between the ropes. So there's no way, like, safe way to place it in the room where it won't just tip and fall into. This is why manholes are circular.
Why do you know that?
'Cause if they,
Everyone
were,
knows that it's like the. Why do you know? Never mind.
if they were
If you
square,
put
there
it-
would be angles that they could fall into the hole.
If you put it diagonally like this, like that should be pretty secure.
You want to try that?
Yeah, I'll put it. I'm basically trying to keep it on the intersection points.
Hey, and as soon as you take your hand away, it tips over and falls into the bottomless pit.
Well, he's gonna use mage hand to keep it up.
I mean, you can't stand on it because it's more than your mage can
Mage hand's
carry.
not. We established this in the previous room. Mage hand's not enough to hold it while there's someone on it.
No one's gonna be on it. Just the platform by itself.
Okay, I don't know what you're doing with this platform. Let's just skip to the end. What are you trying to do?
I'm kind of baffled myself. Like,
What is the goal?
So Alister is gonna put the platform so it's underneath the hole,
Okay,
and then hold it there with mage hand.
you could do that. That's it. That was the
No.
whole thing.
Yeah. Now
Okay.
figure out how to open the hole.
That's done. Now, what's next?
Leo's gonna pull his rope out
Yeah.
and he's gonna python under the wall and he's gonna tie it to himself.
Okay.
And he's just going to step off.
And can I look in the distance for like what might be a switch or a button along the wall?
Give me an investigation check.
My Legend of Grimrock senses just triggered.
I wish I could finish those games, but I just hate combat so much.
It's really weird. Yeah, I have a 21.
21.
Oh wait, sorry. Hold on. Perception,
No, investigation.
not investigation. Oh, investigation. 21.
21. So scanning the opposite wall, because Hugo's got his lantern that he's casting along the wall. So you do have some spots of light as he's casting the lantern around. You don't see anything along the walls themselves, but looking underneath the network of ropes, maybe a foot or so underneath the hook holding each rope to the wall, is a very conspicuous circular button. So a person
each of
who
the
is
ropes. Okay.
reaches down from the rope could easily reach one. And looking down at your feet, you see similar buttons right underneath you, everywhere rope
Hey.
joins to the wall.
Hey, you guys, there's buttons under these.
I'm hesitant to push one, but I don't have any other.
Well, Leo,
Any
if you're
other ideas?
secure, I'll hit the one over here and we'll see what happens.
Oh, when I said I step off, I mean I step into the hole.
What do you mean jumped into the hole?
Yeah.
All right.
He's got a rope on him at least.
He's got a rope tied. He's tied to a
Oh,
rope.
okay. I missed that part. Where's the rope tied to?
It's back here somewhere, pinned into the wall.
Okay.
I did say it. I told everybody I'm doing this.
I didn't.
Yeah, I
oh,
heard it.
I didn't
Yeah.
understand the meaning behind those.
I thought you were
words.
clambering out
was.
onto the rope. Well, here's what happened.
I didn't
Yeah,
know
no.
that you were.
Leo
what
jumps
is it,
into the hole.
rappel? Yeah.
I just wanted to get a look down there.
Leo.
Yeah.
Make me a Constitution saving throw, please.
Oh, okay.
Ooh,
I'm gonna
roll
cry.
well.
23.
Okay, that's pretty good. 11 points of bludgeoning damage, which you can cut in half for passing the save. Here's what happens.
Oh, okay.
Leo ties off his rope and jumps into this hole. And as he falls below the plane of the ropes, part of the rope somehow magically extends from this intersection and lashes out to catch him by looping around his neck like a noose and pulling taut. So Leo's now dangling there, suffocating from a noose.
Oh,
He also has a rope tied around his chest, kind of just completely slack because it hadn't. So he can hang there for Constitution mod number of minutes before he starts to choke to death. But he took some damage just from the rope catching him, the drop, so to speak.
Okay.
Alister, help, and Genevieve reaches for him to try and pull him out.
Yeah, he's
The
close
rope
enough
has
to the
me,
door
though.
that all you'd have to do is like lay
Oh,
on your
oh
belly
my
and
God.
reach out.
Yeah.
It scared me.
So you
I'm
pull
over
it
here
off,
now.
and when you take the rope away from his neck, it kind of slithers back into the hole and disappears as though it had never been.
So it came from
Well-
the darkness.
It's a fail safe.
The rope
Except-
itself looks like it extended from this junction downward as you fell past it and snaked around your
Okay.
neck and grabbed hold of you.
I'm gonna try the button idea. She'll hit this button.
She'll hit this button.
Yeah.
Okay, this... I didn't have a good way to kind of show this. So you hit that button and this whole rope vanishes.
You
Is
could
it-
just here.
Detaches from the wall. I guess I could just use a line, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Do a couple lines. This whole rope is just gone.
She's gonna hit the button again.
And it gives us a very satisfying click.
Did it disconnect
That's
both
the
ends?
release.
It disconnected from
guess.
this end and then slithered away. Presumably it's still... Actually, no, Hugo, you're standing right here. Yeah, it is still connected to the wall at this point.
Mm.
But there's a button down there.
I'm not sure what this room wants us to do. Is there any is there any patterns on the ceiling? Maybe we have to draw a pattern.
You look up and see no discernible pattern upon the ceiling.
Okay.
Can I climb the wall over to here and hit this button to see if the ropes do the same thing over here?
Does the same thing. You push the button, the rope disconnects. Oh, that's not a line. Gosh. I've only been using this software for 12 years. You would think by now.
Do you think they want us to disconnect all of
There you
the lines?
So this
That
hole
seems
in front of
difficult.
you now, Genevieve, is very big.
I mean,
It's not bad.
because that's the only thing to interact with in the room. We've got this, and then we've got
pick
buttons.
the lock on the. Can someone pick the lock on the trap door and get the treasure out?
There's no mechanism that you can see just looking at the little trap door. It's just a small square embedded in the ceiling.
I still think somebody just needs to walk under this to test it. And like it might be as simple as that.
If this purple rope is still in place, it would be trivial to just using the purple rope with your arms to guide you and then walking along.
Yeah,
the
you
netting.
just use the guide rope.
All right,
Yeah.
then. I'm going to take matters into my own hands, and I'm going to shimmy along the rope.
Stop.
Directly underneath the trapdoor.
When you get directly underneath it, so you're holding onto the rope, kind of coming across, and you're balancing your feet on either side. When you get here, you hear something bang against part of your armor. And looking up, you see some kind of construction over your head, low enough down that your part of your armor impacted it. That would be see-through from the sides of the room. It looks like it's made of glass or some other transparent material. It's a small disc floating in space, affixed to the roof by chains made of similar material. Anything that falls out of the little hatch would fall onto this small disc and appear to be floating in air to anybody standing in the doorways.
Ah, clever.
I was going to ask if we had one of those. I thought I remembered this.
It's a transparent disc that's gonna catch it once it opens. Now we just got to figure out how to open the damn thing. Hugo starts shimmying back this way.
I've heard of that, but then,
It's not a 10 years floating disc, if that's what you mean.
Oh, no, that's copywritten.
No, I mean, it's not a magical disc at all. It's an actual, just transparent construction.
Yeah, it's not like magical, like Hugo.
No. But
Do you think that we have to the only thing I can think of is we have to disconnect a certain amount of these ropes.
Yeah.
And then we'd have to like get
Or
that
specific
floating
ropes.
platform.
I mean,
Is there any sort of pattern?
hold
the
on.
wall?
Was there anything you could hook to? I mean, it's invisible, but
I didn't want to test my weight on it until I was actually absolutely certain of what I was there. But now that
the little construction you found was way too small for any of you to climb up onto. Wouldn't hold your weight.
Yeah.
Brick.
I think Geppa had
on
an
the
idea.
wall.
Yeah, I wanna climb over to here and see if the switches on this wall do the same things. We've tried this wall on this wall.
Show me which
I'm
button you
gonna
want to
this wall
try.
on this wall. I'm gonna try this button.
This button here, and it does
Yep.
the same thing to this rope.
Okay.
Falls
I
away.
can try this wall, but let's let Alister try something.
What's Alister got?
I feel like we should try all the buttons.
Are
just
there
to make
any?
sure
Is there any sort of writing or pattern on the walls where it might indicate which buttons need to be pressed?
No, nothing like that.
Ooh, okay, I'm gonna climb all the way back around and try this button that has not been hit. Does that its corresponding button hit?
Okay. And with that, the rope that was hanging slack against the wall just drops into the abyss.
Oh, we tried that with Hugo's side.
No, Hugo's that rope's still dangling there. As
no,
far
I
as know.
hadn't. Yeah,
Oh,
I hadn't
okay.
tried that
I'm
yet.
sorry. Okay.
Would you like to try it?
Because, yeah, I guess because everybody else was so excited, I didn't want to rain on
reach
their
down.
parade.
And click the button. I cannot express how satisfying these buttons are to click. Okay, some buttons just have it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just the rope falls away into the abyss.
They are Stanley Parable buttons.
Guys, I'm gonna step away for just 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
I kind of wanted like try this let's get rid of every rope idea because then Brick has to draw all these lines.
At the same time, I just don't want to waste time because we're a little short on time this week.
Yeah, well, I would like the treasure. What other rooms do you think we... So we have to solve... We haven't even tried this.
Yeah,
I
we hadn't
think
even
so.
gotten
I
into it yet.
think this is considered solved. This is solved.
Wait, did we get the treasure from this one? Did I just miss that?
No, we didn't.
No.
No.
Okay, that's what I
Well,
thought.
there wasn't one. There was a dotted line here. Unless
Well,
it
no,
was
we
an
don't.
illusion.
No, because everything was nailed shut, so the room is complete. It just looks incomplete. There's some trick to it. We just haven't played with it yet.
Maybe
Alright,
this is...
sorry about
Now that
that,
I've
my
said
bad.
that, maybe it's an illusion. Just reach into it.
Did we? Why is this one checkmarked? We haven't done anything in this room.
This was where they had the soldiers, wasn't it?
That's this.
No, that was this one. This one had like poison mushrooms in it.
It had mushrooms of all kinds, actually.
Yeah, this one's not done and this one's not done. I think those are the 4 that we have not finished.
Yeah, and this one.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So the only thing I can think of in this room is that when you press enough buttons, then this will drop the thing, and then then the second half of the puzzle is how do you get to the thing now that you've dropped all these ropes? Ha 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 ha.
Yeah, that
Well, it
sounds
seems like we might already have that solution in hand. So
Yeah.
I'm willing to try it.
I think Geppa should just push all the
Just skitter around the
Push
wall
every
and push
button.
all the buttons.
So
no, not every button, but
yeah,
like you
show me
could
which buttons you'd like to, and in which order. Like, what's the next button? Let's go one at a time.
Oh no, Brickroad is ordering. Oh god, this is way too much brain for me on a Sunday. I'm sorry.
Wait till you see the adventure I'm planning to run. Not to pull the veil back, but I was planning the year 1 finale adventure, but it was getting the scope of it was getting too cumbersome, and
Getting
I
out of
wasn't sure I would
hand.
have it done in time. So now I got to do something else. But I'm still gonna run that one, probably maybe end of year 2.
This year 2.
I'll hit this button next.
All right, and that rope vanishes.
So I'm thinking we want to leave this down here, right?
I'll hit that button last then. I'll hit this button next.
I think
That one
leave
vanishes.
this one alone. This one alone, this one alone, and this one alone.
Hit this button.
You want to do this one next? And at that, 2 things happen. The rope falls away, and then the little trap door opens. And to you guys standing in the doorways, it looks as though the little pile of fake treasure is just floating in air. But Hugo knows it's actually sitting on a transparent disc dangling from the ceiling.
I think Hugo has a clear climb to get over there, right?
From
Yeah.
this angle, he does. Crossing from this angle would be basically impossible.
Oh, we
you
only had
go.
to do some of them. I see.
That was 6, wasn't it? 1, 2, yeah, that was 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, after you disconnect
And
6
Hugo-
ropes, the trapdoor opens.
Hugo takes out a pouch and scoops all the goodies inside.
Get all
Like
the whole fake treasure.
How much is it?
10 units.
I'm gonna unspike this side of the right.
Don't do it yet.
Oh yeah, let's do back, obviously.
I have marked 10 units
Okay.
of fake treasure on our thing.
All right.
Good work. And I know we're all trying not to look at the devil-shaped problem in the area, but if we're trying to
Well,
if we're trying
eh.
to
oh, sorry.
I'm just saying if we're trying to exhaust this place of all of its riches, then we should
There's also, I think, still the room where you can bet a finger.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have an idea for this room.
Mhm.
But
I'm not-
I also had a thought here. Did we get anything out of this room? This
I
was
think
just bugs.
I think it was this because
Okay.
because remember this was a
That was a hallway with
No,
bugs.
it
full of
was a-
bugs. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, then my idea here is Genevieve says, well, there's a dotted line here. What if it's an illusion? Can somebody like boost me up? I'll just reach in.
I mean,
Uh,
you're wearing
alley-oop?
200 pounds of armor, but yeah.
She's actually still not that heavy. So she'll reach into the dotted line on the ceiling.
And it's a solid ceiling.
Ooh, draw
Oh,
in the dotted
boo, she
lines.
says.
You got any chalk or anything?
Yeah, I could fill them in, I suppose.
You reach up with chalk, and now there's a chalk square outline in the ceiling.
She starts making graffiti that says, it's just this fake exclamation, and then frowny face.
Genevieve's like, I'm gonna draw dicks.
Yeah.
Draw dicks all over the dungeon.
Yeah. Damn it! I thought that had to be the answer.
Alister, what
She's
do you do
very
with all the
disappointed.
fake
It's not
construction
a
materials?
bad idea.
Well, they're
Yeah,
not
it
fake
was.
construction materials. They're just affixed to each other, so they can't be moved.
Yeah, look like there's any way to start like pulling the materials apart?
You have to pry nails loose and like untie loops of twine and string and probably things are
Hugo.
glued together.
Get your crowbar and let's disassemble the pile of trash.
I mean,
Okay.
But can we? While they're doing that, can I look around to see if there's any like bits and bobs that are not nailed down? Essentially.
You look around, and a couple times you do think, "Oh, that's not nailed down." And you try to reach down, and you grab the handle of, say, a hammer or a spanner, and sure enough, it's affixed to the floor or the wall somehow. Sometimes it's as
Spanner?
though
Who
it's been
calls it that?
glued in place. Sometimes it's as though it's been tied to a hook. But nothing moves from its resting position in this room.
Did you become British, Brick? Like, who calls it a spanner?
That's the 9th time Raz has dunked on me today. Like,
Yeah, I'm under quota. I gotta.
I'm
catch
gonna
up.
start crying, and then what's he gonna do?
And then what's the
Then
lilac outline
I'll feel
again?
bad.
I'm sorry?
What's the lilac outline here again?
It's cordoned off in the center of the room. There's a under construction
That's right.
rope connected to A-frames.
Can
Yeah.
we like tear this down? Like, can we just take the cordon off?
If you cut the rope somewhere and looped it all away. And then
I
did
mean, we
something
do
Well,
to the
I
side.
don't want to ruin the dungeon. It's a nice rope.
I mean,
I wouldn't want to ruin the dungeon. I just threw one of the floor tiles into the bottomless pit and got rid of a bunch of ropes and
I didn't do that.
one of us stole a tiger rug.
yeah, someone stole a rug. Someone broke a terrarium down here.
I've
I
been
mean,
very dungeon. It is for
Adventurers are the
educational
worst.
purposes.
I mean, well, I'm not. If we're not making any progress with trying to tear things apart, Hugo's gonna just walk away.
Yeah, were Hugo and I able to like take apart the construction stuff?
Yeah, a couple of things. A board here, a hammer here, handful of nails, but I mean it's gonna take hours and hours of work to get everything
Yeah.
taken apart and organized.
Yeah, no, yeah, we're not getting anywhere with this. I'm just gonna.
Yeah, I think we should just go to the awful room.
Go to
Is
the
the
office.
door open?
I think all the doors are open at this point.
So
Yeah,
I
it's
was
awful.
gonna,
Yeah,
I
it
was
looks
gonna say
like-
we approach from this direction, but I mean, if you're just gonna go ahead
way.
and do it, that's fine, Geppa.
Yeah, this room has the skulls mounted on each of the 4 cardinal walls, and then the huge blood-filled channel in the center with a terrible devilish sigil there.
Is it actually blood? Genevieve wonders.
And Hugo will step into the room first because he doesn't want any of his friends to get mauled by whatever it is.
Genevieve, give me a medicine check.
Is there-
Oh, I don't have that D4 yet.
Oh.
Ew. 1.
A 1.
It's raspberry jelly.
Hugo, you
Ooh,
approach the channel of
tastes
blood
good.
in the center of the room.
Yeah. Ceiling pretty standard for what we've seen
Yes.
so far.
So same kind of stuff in the ceiling. You don't even see where the square would open to deposit treasure.
He was gonna walk over here, take up a stance, square up, swing his axe into the skull.
Into the skull?
Yeah.
When you swing your axe, you're thinking it's made of white stone, but upon impact, you realize it's actually bone, and it's brittle, and you cleave through it, and parts of it crumble off, and you've destroyed a perfectly good skull.
The skull of blood.
Some kind of devilish creature with big fangs and
What
horns coming off.
size compared to me?
What size compared to you? Maybe the size of a horse, like much larger than a human skull.
Okay.
Can we identify the skull?
It's just monstrous.
Can I pull the skull out of the wall?
Give me an investigation check.
Sure. That's investigative, I believe, 20. Yes.
Yeah, after a few moments, you see how it's affixed to the wall, and you can either. It would take. Excuse me, it'd be a 2-person job. Would be able to
Mhm.
take it off of the wall and set it safely down, or you could just undo the fixtures and let it fall.
Leo, get on the other side of this.
Sure.
Once we're both supporting it, I will undo the fixtures.
Yeah, the two of you just lower the skull safely to the floor.
Is there anything behind it?
No, just more wall. And before anybody scolds him, remember, Leo took a rug. It's only fair that Geppa gets to take a skull.
I was about to ask him, is that what you're doing? Are you gonna put this in your room?
No, it's hideous. Why would it go in my room?
Hugo is going to slowly walk the perimeter of the room looking for any markings or anything that might have any?
No, the only marking of
Bearing on
note
what's
in the
going on.
room is the giant channel in the floor filled with a red, viscous, shiny liquid.
I am going to investigate the liquid and see if it's blood.
Give me a medicine check.
You got it.
Sorry, didn't mean to ping.
That's a medicine of 12. And if that doesn't do it, I get a 14.
Do you want the 12 or the 14?
I thought I'd have to choose until I found out if the 12 passed.
A 12 will pass, but a 14 might get more information.
I'll take a 14 then.
Okay. If it's blood, there must be something preserving it. Because if you just fill a channel like this with actual blood, it would not remain in a liquid form for very long. So if that's what it is, it's being preserved somehow. It does have the appearance and consistency of a quantity of blood for sure.
What about the taste?
The taste tastes like blood. It's metallic, it's coppery.
If it's not blood, they made a really good imitation.
How do you know that? Genevieve turns to you concerned.
I was paying attention in magical biology.
We didn't
Also-
taste anything. It's a lab class.
Also,
You don't taste things during your lab.
Wait, that's not.
No!
That's not the class I was in. Sorry.
Geppa tastes all the chemicals in the lab.
You know, true story. Somebody got expelled from University of Washington for doing that
Ugh,
while I was teaching.
it's awful.
Yeah. No, don't do it.
Yeah, Geppa absolutely tastes all the chemicals.
also, you've never cut your finger and put it in your mouth.
You never
Brick,
punched in the
what
mouth
exactly
guard
is
and
in the
bleed?
What exactly is in the middle of the circle, Brick?
Nothing. It's just the devilish sigil on the floor.
Okay, there's no pile of bodies or anything.
No,
Is
that's
this an act?
that's on the map, but there's not actually a pile of.
Does
rotted
anyone
flesh.
know
Oh,
if this is an
okay.
actual devilish sigil or just the placeholder Lord text devilish sigil?
I'll let somebody give me a
Okay.
religion check.
Geppa.
I can
The
do it.
word is pronounced sigil, not sigil.
Yeah, they canceled Sigil.
20.
20 on
That's
religion.
14, I think.
Genevieve. Two things you notice about the sigil on the floor. If it's actual blood, the ritual does correspond to the ability to summon an unseelie ghost or spirit. You're not sure exactly what shape it would take, but you do recognize this from having seen it in text. More to the point, you realize by looking at it is that this particular summoning, whatever it is, whatever the steps are, it's only one step away from completion. If you were to put a drop of human blood into the sigil, it would complete the summoning.
You guys, I've seen this in a textbook before.
More
I
likely you
think-
saw it in an Aetherine text. This is religious studies.
Well, to her, everything is a textbook.
Got it.
Yeah. I think if somebody puts a drop of blood in it, is it specifically human? So, could Geppa and Leo not do
Geppa
that?
and Leo qualify as humans for purposes
Okay.
of this setting.
I think
Léopold-
if somebody puts a drop of blood in here, it'll finish, but it will finish, and that could be bad, and I don't know what will happen.
25% of the
Geppa
way
is
through her.
doing.
Yeah, 25% of the way through the explanation, Leo steps over and grabs Geppa by the collar and drags him to this door.
Geppa was just giving Hugo the biggest puppy dog eyes he could.
Okay.
Yeah, they look like the
No.
slime. Now I know why you picked this.
Fucking shit-eating grin. He gets that exact grin on his face, and Leo goes, "No, no, no."
No.
Do I need to just replace the grin with trollface.jpg on there?
What you need to do is when you flip it
Metal
over,
slide.
that's
Yeah, he doesn't do anything, but he just gives Hugo just the biggest puppy dog eyes he can manage.
Yeah. Listen, if we're gonna do this thing, we're all going to be ready, right? We're not just going to rip the bandage off and let all of the blood out of the wound, right?
I mean,
Well,
that's
only one
I
drop
let
is
blood out of
required,
wounds
Genevieve.
literally
reminds me.
all the time when we're in combat. So
I can't punch a ghost yet. I need to go back and like solidify my.
I'm sure the ghost will just want to talk to us.
I need to go take a test.
Yeah.
Oh,
Geppa
don't
flips
remind
his-
me.
So this is like your last
well-
dungeon excursion, and you have like exams like you have to wake up for this weekend.
Yeah.
Geppa flips his staff off his back, holds his hands out above the sigil, and then casts Shillelagh, causing a few drops of blood to, come out of his hand as the bands of metal leap from his skin.
Okay. And when you do that, the blood snakes and flows unnaturally into the center of the sigil and pulls up and starts climbing up and out of the channel and forming into this humanoid shape. And when it's done, a woman stands before you, an old, decrepit woman with dark purple skin, horns curling out of her brow, long, scraggly hair flowing over the side of her head. And her hands, instead of ending in nails, end in wicked-looking claws. She's wearing very ornate but very tattered, old, uncared-for robes. And around her waist, she wears a belt upon which are dangling shrunken heads. She casts her glance in this wide grin around the room, and she affixes her fingers together in her best Mr. Burns facsimile. And she asks, "Why have you summoned me?"
10 fake treasure coins.
She reaches into her robe, and she pulls out a pouch, upends it into her other hand, and holds them not towards you, but just to show you that she has 10 units of fake treasure in her hand. And she says, "If the bargain is fair."
We covered this, Geppa, in class. You never make bargains with unseelie creatures. That was like chapter 3. There was a whole chapter dedicated to this exact thing. Remember?
That was
Yeah.
morning. That's morning mass for the children.
Yeah.
Maybe you kind of want those treasure coins.
I mean,
What
Does
do
anyone here
you
not want the
have?
treasure coins?
What do you have to barter with?
I mean, she brings up a good point. What would we trade?
A Geppa could spend the night with her?
we could give you
No.
this skull.
Well,
I point down at the skull we took down at the wall.
She doesn't seem to give much notice that you've destroyed one of her skulls and taken the other off the hooks. They're just decorative skulls. They're not part of the ritual.
I mean, I've got anything good for bartering. That's from this dungeon too, huh?
Here's what I want
I
you
mean,
guys to
I
do
have a-
right now. On Discord, to either of my Discords, I guess, whichever one you're comfortable with, secretly from one another, send me a DM with a number from 1 to 10. 1 being you are not willing to deal with this hag whatsoever, and 10 being you are willing to cut a deal with this hag right now.
Which account?
no, I gotta.
It
Find
does. I have both Discords open, so I'll get both. There's
Alright.
Destil's number.
There you go. There you go.
We know what Destil's number is.
There's Treble's number. There's McDohl's number.
There you go.
There's Raz's number.
Like Geppa, we were in the same class. There was a whole unit on this.
I think I skipped that week.
We had a quiz. You were there.
So, can we learn if Geppa chose 9 or 10?
I didn't get a number
Like,
from
which
Chris yet.
which of those?
I didn't send you a number.
Oh, did you? Oh, there it is. I just got it. Okay. Okay. Chris and Treble. I want each of you to roll me a d20. Tell me who rolls higher.
Oh yeah, sure. I rolled a 9.
rolled a 1.
A 1. She turns and faces Alister. She says, "The beautiful boy with music in his heart. I will deal with him and no other." And she holds the treasure out enticingly. "What do you have to offer your Nana?"
A thank you.
Gratitude has value. She ponders it for a moment. But not perhaps as valuable as a handful of treasure. How about an embrace and a peck on the cheek?
Sorry, ma'am. I can't do that.
She says, "What a pity." And she moves to put the treasure away back into her robe.
Alister takes a step back.
Take a step back into the doorway.
Yeah.
As the treasure moves back into her robe, the visage of the hag standing before you evaporates into smoke.
Good call, Alister. Good call indeed.
Yeah,
And
that's
there's
not worth any treasure.
A mild tinkling sound as 10 units of fake treasure hit the ground where she was standing.
Wait, what?
What?
Genevieve says.
Even better call.
Got it.
You don't
job,
deal with
Alister.
hags.
Treble said exactly what I put as the name of this room. Never make a deal with hags.
We had a whole
We're
I ran a whole
students.
campaign on this.
We're students, though. We like Léopold definitely knew.
Yeah, I've like I said, we had a whole chapter on this.
Never
So
make a
did
deal
you
with
put
hags.
9 or did you put 10, Geppa?
I put 10.
10? Okay.
Treble and Chris both put a 1.
I guess.
Like, we're never doing this at all. And you've been into every room now.
Is this the only one? This and the finger
solved
room we
all
haven't
of
solved,
those.
right?
Yeah, the mushroom here, and then this one. I think that's it. We gotta get the achievement, you guys. Gotta hundo the dungeon.
Hundo the dungeon.
Which one do you guys want to deal with?
I mean, this is closer.
Let's go into the mushroom room.
Yeah, let's do that.
The mushroom
Mushroom room. And once again, this is one of those fakey outdoors. So you have like the fake skybox around the walls, and the fake dome overhead, which is evocative of a sky. The illusion doesn't work as long as you're standing in a doorway. Once you stand into the actual room, it's much more convincing. And you feel more like you're standing amidst an open field or at a crossroads where a dirt path might come across a field. And all around you are mushrooms of all shapes, sizes, and colors.
And as far as I'm aware of, the only thing that we really did for this room was determine which mushrooms we shouldn't be walking near, correct?
Somebody made some kind of check based on the mushroom class you guys are in, and we determined, I forget who it
Yeah.
was, we determined that person could safely find like useful mushrooms versus hazardous poisonous ones.
Right.
Let me find.
It wasn't Geppa because he never pays attention and he skips the class half the time anyway.
Yes.
It could have been me, but it could have been someone else.
Oh, also Geppa failed an unrelated mushroom check in this other room.
Yeah, he
normal.
did.
I didn't think of that until now.
There are 7 instances of mushrooms. Oh, the party recognizes several of the mushrooms. That's all I wrote.
Yeah, so you recognize the uses of several mushrooms, but you have the knowledge of which ones in here are useful for, say, cooking versus using in magic rituals versus alchemy versus which ones are just poisonous, don't eat them, or you'll give yourself the runs.
Do we
Yeah,
see
I'm-
the hatch for the treasure?
You don't. You do not.
So these mushrooms are large, right? Are they
They're
this
all
big?
different
Are they-
sizes. Some of them are this big, like these circular are caps of mushrooms. And then when you got close to the grass, you notice they're not actual patches of grass, but rather molds stretching across the ground. Everything in here is a fungus of some kind. Even the dirt beneath your feet is a little too squishy to be actual soil and might be some kind of mycelium.
I think we should first of all collect enough to have stir fry tonight.
Mushroom stir fry. Mm-hmm.
Why? The
And-
cafeteria food is not bad.
I mean, there's
Right.
some other food left in this room too. Should we just go grocery shopping in the dungeon?
Didn't they make a whole anime about that?
Yeah,
Actually,
pretty good, too.
A pretty good one. So.
That's
Yeah.
really good.
I've seen snippets
It's
of
the-
it and I hate it so much.
it's the only one I know that sexualizes a male dwarf, and I love it. Anyway,
God. So yeah, what are you doing here?
Like I said, I thought it could be that this is just a thoroughfare.
Could be.
No, given that there's a mushroom class, a room full of mushrooms,
Do you really think the mushroom class teacher is the person to coordinate on this sort of thing?
probably. Can we identify which mushrooms we do not know about?
That's part of identifying which ones are safe, is knowing which ones to stay away from. That's like the second thing
Yeah,
you
so-
learn in mushroom class. So you can, I guess,
So-
you can categorize the room into 3 kinds of fungus. There's mushrooms you know that are usable. There's mushrooms you know that are hazardous, and there's mushrooms that you don't know about, but that means they're hazardous.
So can Alister mage hand the are these like giant mushrooms that we can't just pull up easily?
You could get up there with a knife and like carve off slats
Yeah,
of it.
no.
There are mushrooms that are of a
Okay,
size
sure.
where you just reach over and pick caps up out of the ground like you would. There's places
Yeah, I
where
was
you like
thinking,
scrape
like,
lichen off the wall.
are there any? You said there's like medicinal and like
Mhm.
alchemical mushrooms in here.
Yes.
Well, I mean, let's just collect those because we could sell those, right?
I mean,
Yeah.
That's what
Possibly.
adventurers do.
Is that what you do?
Let's get the good mushrooms.
What are you collecting your good mushrooms into?
Did anybody bring a
Uh,
Tupperware container?
We got a sack.
Wonder if a Zapper Keeper would be good to store those kinds of things.
Oh, you muck up your Zapper Keeper. Those things are 50 gold, you know.
Yeah, it's for storing papers and pencils and stuff.
I have a sack. I will put the mushrooms in the sack.
Okay. And no sooner does Alistair collect a bushel. My notes say it has to be a bushel, but a sack will work, of useful mushrooms. Then one part of one of the massive caps, it looks like it decomposes away within seconds. And as it does, 10 units of fake treasure drop to the ground
Oh.
underneath the cap.
Sick.
They're very slimy, though.
Cool. I
So
will
as
mark
far
that
as
off.
as far as that ghosts playing cards thing, I'm not familiar enough with the game to where I would feel I could guarantee a win.
Not risking a
Yeah,
finger.
Leo is the one that's proficient in it, I think.
Is that the last room you guys have? You got everything else?
I have the construction room too, I think.
We haven't done the construction room either. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know
Um,
what to do for that. So.
Well, let's say this. Because you have exams looming, this is the last day you'll be in the dungeon for at least quite some time.
Right.
So whatever you
Yeah.
don't solve today, you might not see this dungeon again for a little while.
or ever.
Or ever.
How many rooms are there total? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Yeah, I was just counting
7,
that.
8,
We have
9.
12 completions, I think.
12 out of how many?
14.
14 question mark?
That's
Is
an
that
8,
right?
right?
Brick, is that right? 12 out of 14?
I'd have to go.
We never
I'd have to comb
We
through
never
my
counted.
actual notes to see how many rooms you've solved. But if that's what your count turns up,
That's
I
an
think
86.
it looks
That's
to me you guys haven't done anything with the ghosts playing cards, and you haven't solved anything in the construction room.
I've talked to them and they invited me to play cards with fingers.
Correct.
But yeah, the ante was too high.
Yeah. I don't know if this room has treasure in it, but we got like the initial keys. So that might
I think
be
that was just the
Yeah.
means with which to start.
That was the
Moving
road. That was the Treble road. We got the
But
first.
I have an idea for the ghost playing cards.
Oh, yeah, let's
Okay.
go.
So let's do this. Let's try one more idea in each of the 2 rooms you have. And then we'll put this dungeon
Okay.
behind us. So what's your idea
I'm going
for
to
this room?
telepathically connect with one of these ghosts and ask if they would like me to help them cheat through telepathy.
Make me
I'm going to offer my services in helping them cheat at cards.
a persuasion check at disadvantage.
I am monstrously bad at this.
Oh, you want to borrow inspiration dice?
Sure.
All right. Well,
That's-
that's what I got.
It's a D6.
D6.
Oh, it's
yeah.
D6 now. Nice.
It starts as a D6.
So often I got them from Miriam. I never needed them. I will spend 4 blips for an auto success.
Okay. The blips are coming out.
It's one way to do it.
Yeah.
Mr. X.
Well,
I'm
when you get a-
assuming that
when you get
I'm
a
assuming
2,
the 2 didn't do it. No, that's not an unmodified 2. It's a modified 2.
So, at first blush, the ghost seems absolutely incensed that you would even suggest it would cheat. But like as you lay out your plan, it warms up to the idea. It never likes the idea.
Mm-hmm.
But you've managed to convince it to go along for a hand or 2.
Okay.
So
And
what do
yeah,
you-
I'm going to use telepathy to just, I'm going to be observing the game and obviously not giving any signals to anyone, but actually I am super telepathy giving signals to the one guy.
Okay, so what I want is, are you proficient in any kind of gaming sets or anything like
I
that?
don't think so.
Let's give me a straight intelligence check then.
Can I spend a couple of minutes just teaching him what the cards are?
So let's do it this way. Léopold, give me an intelligence plus your proficiency, because you are proficient in the gaming set, right?
Yes.
Yeah, do that. I'm going to call this DC 15. If you pass this, I'll let him make his intelligence check at advantage.
I passed.
All right.
All right.
'Cause
That's a 13.
13. So you manage to help the ghost cheat, and he manages to win several hands that otherwise wouldn't have. And each time the other ghosts lose a hand, they splay their ghostly hands out on the table, hack off another one of their ghostly fingers, and add it to the pile. And after a couple hands of this, the one sitting nearest to you has the most fingers remaining. They take a break from the game when one of the ghosts runs out of fingers. And the ghost that you helped gifts you with 2 objects. The first is the same business card you've found 2 different copies of: yellow keys, green keys, red keys, and blue keys.
Mhm.
And the second, he gives you a gift, which is a yellow key.
Okay.
Well, that wasn't it.
Yeah, I'm gonna mark that room done.
Oh, you think it was just the key and not the no treasure in that one?
Yeah, this may just be a room to get a key.
Okay.
Did you guys ever get the clue for yellow keys? I forget.
No, we were just given 2 of them, actually.
This is the second one you've been given, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have any ideas for the construction room.
Nor do I.
So let's do
Fine.
one more group think on the construction room.
All right, so what do we know about the construction room? It's got these ropes that have the area fenced off. It's got materials that we can't pull apart.
I'm pretty sure I failed an investigation check here. That's all I have.
Maybe we should just come back when it's done.
What does the
And I say that out loud, very obviously looking up at the stupid thing in the ceiling.
Why don't we start by taking the ropes away and make it like it's an open room?
Gonna remove the ropes. We'd have to find somewhere along the perimeter to cut it, so it would unloop from the 4 A-frames it's attached to.
That's fine, yeah.
Well, just cut it right here then.
And
What
you
does
do that,
the
you pull the rope off, and now the room's no longer cordoned off in the center.
Hey, no, it's no longer under construction. It's now
Might be your chalk.
Yeah, is there a sign that says under construction or anything?
There is, but it's laying on the floor now because it was draped. It was folded up and draped over top one of the ropes.
All right, Alister's going to take the under construction sign and go throw it in the pit.
You pitch it into the pit, and it's gone now.
Yeah.
Yeah, now it's really no longer under construction. It's just.
I'm going to take, if you would let me borrow your chalk, Genevieve, I'm going to write on the floor, completed dungeon room.
Alister's like, that sign doesn't pertain to me because I can't read.
I'd be really upset if I could read right now.
You write on the floor that the dungeon room's been completed, but just writing it doesn't make it so.
What tools do I have?
Is there any magic in the room?
There's probably some residual magic, because some of the piles of construction equipment are being held in place by like magical glues or things, but
Okay,
nothing
sovereign
overt
glue.
that will help you solve.
And so when
Any
Alister checked
puzzle.
earlier, there was no like building materials. Like here's the treasure to put in the hole once it's been carved out.
No, you didn't come across anything like that.
Were there any plans or documentation?
Nope. Whoever's job it is to finish the room probably still has the blueprints in their
That's true.
to do box.
Is there just Is there just in this pile of stuff? Is there just a box with a? Is there just a container that has 10 units of treasure?
No, I mean Alister and Hugo went through that pile, prying up boards and pulling nails out and things.
Yeah.
They didn't come across anything that useful.
And there's an outline on the ceiling for where the treasure department will go.
Yes, it was like putting up there like blue pencil, and then Genevieve reached up there with chalk and finished the outline. So now it's outlined in chalk.
And
You know,
now
It
it's
also has
graffiti
the
as
board
well.
fake on it as well.
And a frowny face. Don't forget the
It's a
frowny.
green room. So Alister is going to sing about the presence of treasure and how the treasure falls from the ceiling into the students' hands.
It's a fantastic song. It's definitely going to chart when you get into the recording studio, but it doesn't happen.
Got a hammer and chisel? Try and chisel out the hole?
I mean,
I could. Genevieve reaches for her smith's tools.
Okay, you pull your smith tool out.
Give me a boost.
Alright. Alister will hold her up.
And so what? You're just putting the chisel against the ceiling tile, and
She's gonna like chisel along the dotted lines.
as you do, you break through the ceramic around the tile, and sure enough, the tile falls away, dumping 10 units of fake treasure on your head.
God damn it.
Oh, it was simpler than that.
I was wondering about that one.
I actually thought of that and then forgot about it later.
Oh no.
I was like, well, maybe it is there.
They put the treasure up there, but they didn't actually install the trap door.
so
Oh, we did
We
it.
did it. We did it.
I would call that done, unless there's some fake treasure in this. Maybe by winning the hand, which I don't want to bet my fingers on,
No, nor I.
and
No.
unless
I
there's
would probably-
something in this room, but I still think it's this.
Yeah. No, that's
Play
fair
for
done.
coin, but not for flesh. Sorry, guys.
All right, that was
I think that's a dungeon well done.
yeah. We have a total of 75 fake treasure units.
It's like 150 real ones.
I need some of that, Genevieve says.
So I already got a bunch of it, so I feel good. Like you can have all of it for all I care.
Go ahead and
I don't need that
spend
much.
whatever that you'd like to spend if you want to take a moment now. Everybody can take the benefits of a long rest as you get out of the dungeon and get back to your lives. Go ahead and spend do the shopping you want to do.
Yeah, what do I need for the homunculus?
The Puihulu.
Spend it on the black market.
I need 100 gold worth. I don't know if I want to take 100 of the party's
I don't
treasure.
think anybody has anything better than that to do.
Okay, I don't know
Yeah.
what I need.
I mean,
so-
the only upgrades we really can get at this point are
Like,
like
just
Hugo and
identify pearls and things like that.
I mean-
we need like 3 sets of full plate armor, or 2 plate armors and a breastplate, but
Yeah.
we actually
that's a little outside of our range.
we actually
Yeah.
I need
don't
half plate, actually.
we don't if Chris is still doing the creation bard, we actually don't need to buy a pearl.
Oh, do I need to make this gem worth 100 GP then?
You
Can I just get it from him?
No, you
Assume-
can't. Well, you
you assume that I passed my exam.
right, but like no, the things that the creation bard makes, they last for.
Oh, they're
some of them
temporary.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I need to buy this then. Okay.
But they are totally valid for use in as spell components. So
Yeah, my homunculus would just vanish at the end of the time frame, though. So I need to buy that. Can I take 100 GP from the treasure?
Yes.
it doesn't bother
Okay.
me.
I'm gonna write that
I
down.
don't think I need anything really.
Where is
I
my
think-
Oh,
inventory?
that means that's probably worth more for us in the short term than
I wrote it down.
What
than
what,
saving for a than saving for plate mail.
what kind of armor is Hugo wearing? Are you wearing chain?
Yeah.
I think we should spending 200 gold pieces on
Splint?
splint. One extra AC might make the difference.
Because monk.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can take the benefits of the long rest. Hugo and Geppa can go ahead and get paid for the week, so 5 gold. You can do whatever shopping you need to do with either gold or fake treasure pieces on the black market.
Uh-oh. Oh, there it is.
What do I recover? I recover spell slots.
Do we want to... So 2 options after you guys are done shopping. Do you want to do blips and then be done for the day, or do you want to do blips and then exams tonight? And then...
I'd like to do the exam and level up between.
Yeah, let's do the exam.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then
Yeah.
let's get your shopping done within the next, 7 minutes.
I'm done with my shopping.
Done?
I'm done with
I can't
mine.
buy. There's nothing I need to buy.
Mine.
I just
Alright.
needed to restock lamp oil for the lantern.
Then let me award you your experience points. You guys didn't actually fight the beetle, so I'm not getting any experience for that.
Yeah, this is fine.
We defeated the encounter though.
Didn't defeat the monster. Monster's still there.
We should have just gone back and hit the sheriff.
Yeah, why didn't you
hammer
step
once we
on
were
it?
big.
Yeah, could have done that.
So for... I wouldn't give you any experience points for going back and just stepping on a beetle.
It was a dragon.
Well, okay, I would have just run it with the giant beetle stat block, and you would have had 40 experience points to split between you.
I'm happy with letting that one pass by. That one looked dangerous. We're technically level 2.
Winning that fight with Alister in the doorway would have been, even if all 4 of you had gone in there, would have been tricky.
Yeah.
If all 5 of you had gone in there, maybe. But all right, so for the Leo and the Wii Fit trainer, and then 3 rats of unusual size, everybody's taking 230 experience points. 230.
So question:
Oh man, I want to defeat Leo over and over for that.
what CR was I?
2?
I called the encounter worth 550 experience because I had to bring both of you down. So it was 550 experience split 5 ways. Which is like a CR 3-ish, I think. Thereabouts. Not sure.
Yeah, 2 level 2 characters. That makes sense. Because they had me outnumbered.
Okay.
Even though I kind of.
Let's see if we can get through blips very, very quickly. Hugo, do you want some blips?
Sure.
Sure.
Let's see, I have my alignment neutral good, just be good, excellent to your fellow man. For all of his whining and frustration was just these guys need to slow down so that they can be to do this safely. This can be done safely, but not if people are running around like crazy people. And I just want you to be safe, guys.
Who
Oh,
is
Dad
Hugo
mode.
convinced is going to be the first member of this party to die doing something stupid?
Geppa.
Anything else from Hugo?
The Peace Hard 1 must be preserved for absolutely not having any desire to deal with this stupid hag.
Don't make deals with hags. That's what I...
Yep.
That's what's going around. And is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
All right. Geppa, do you want some blips?
Sure. I've got my alignment chaotic neutral. Why shouldn't I do what I want when I can for diving right into the underwater magic tile room?
Okay.
I've got my ideal. When I set my sights on something, nothing can stop me for taking a 10 on the hag check or hag calibration.
Okay.
And I've got my flaw. When I'm bored, walked out and immediately bored for going through the shrinking door right after Hugo rather than waiting around on the other side.
All right, Genevieve, do you want some blips?
Yeah, sure. Alignment chaotic good. Everything has an explanation. I bet I can figure it out. For looking for solutions to the shrinking problem on the deck's notebook.
Okay.
Ideal, what would Eugenia Veritas do? For ignoring the under construction sign in the unfinished room and graffitiing her notes on the ceiling for future adventurers.
That's fair.
And then flaw, this wasn't supposed to be. This wasn't what was supposed to be on the exam. For inadvertently making a pun at Hugo's expense and becoming embarrassed by it.
All right, we're gonna skip Léopold. Alister, you want some blips?
Yeah.
Okay, what do you want?
Chaotic good. A good decent reward. That'd be using the light cantrip so they could more easily see inside the tiny room.
That did illuminate their workspace.
Ideal. The glass is always half full. We'll use the tiles to catch the treasure.
That didn't work at all, and nobody knew what you were trying to accomplish.
I actually did.
I
actually thought it would work too.
Well, and part of why I wasn't following it was 'cause I guess I already knew about the glass platform there.
Yeah.
It says something when the two educators are like, "Yep, that's what he was doing," and
that all?
everybody else is like, "What?"
Flaw, I just wanted to help. That would be standing in the doorway while everybody else fought rats and beetles, because somebody's got to carry these guys out, so it's going to take a month.
To be fair, they didn't fight the beetle. He tried to run away from the beetle. And Léopold, what do you
Successfully
have for
ran
me?
away from the beetle. I've got lawful good. Everyone's got a place and purpose. Never bargain with hags.
Never.
All right. I might fail, but I'll never give up. So running in to grab the emerald dust, getting sentineled,
Getting sentineled.
and then doing a modification of the same maneuver with the new information I had to get out with the prize.
I knew for certain if I didn't give that monster sentinel, someone would just sneak in and get out with it. So there was a perception check involved to see if it could spot you when you're awake. I gave it advantage on perception checks, and then I gave it sentinel to make sure whoever tried to leave instead got acid in the face.
Yes, but I'm a monk and I have plus 50,000 to my deck saves.
Yeah,
so
we know monks are impossible.
monks are considered bad. Anyway, flaw, only one of us can be the best, and it's clear. Let me for going full throttle monk, level 2 monk ×2 on poor Hugo.
Okay. Who had the most creative
I was
solution to a
really
problem this
mad.
session?
I'm going to go with Alister as my vote for mage hands and chiseling the ceiling puzzle nonsense.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Because I didn't have any ideas on that last room for sure.
The idea there was they had planted the treasure, but they hadn't installed the trapdoor yet, so you just had to break the tile in the ceiling. Who did the most to further the party's goals?
I'm gonna pitch Genevieve for finding the journal and then also knowing how to start that ritual.
Yeah, for sure.
We're good there? Okay. Who
Yeah,
was the badass?
Hugo for not exploding on everybody.
I know
Hugo for keeping
Hugo
us
fought
cool.
very well. Yeah, Hugo fought very well this one.
I just made Hugo for his patience, not yelling at everybody.
We're awarding that to Hugo?
Yep.
And who's
I
intangible?
appreciate.
Destil for being incredibly annoying this session.
He was fine. That's no worse than anything.
I was gonna pick Léopold for the whole dominate person thing.
So it's between
But-
Geppa and Leo
yeah.
now. Do we have a second?
Geppa.
He did spend blips, so he needs.
He
Yeah,
did spend
Geppa.
blips.
Also, I see the bias. Just because I punched you in the face 5 or 6 times until you were unconscious.
All right. So
gonna
blips,
play
And then you
against me.
punched me, and I voted for you.
let's get this
Yeah, but
math
I only
done
punched
first.
you once.
Blips are currently worth
Geppa
20
wants
because
to
we're all
do
level 2. So Hugo, you had 6 and earned 3, so you're rolling over 3.
60 more experience.
Geppa, you had 2 and earned 4, so that brings you up to 6.
Yep.
Genevieve had 4 and earned 4, so you're rolling over 2. You can go up to 6. Leo had 2 and earned 3, so you're going up to 5. Alister had 5 and earned 4, so you're rolling over 3.
3.
So get that math done, and then I've got
Yep,
everybody
done.
coming next week with 6, except for Léopold coming in with 5. That's what my notes reflect.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, give me 2 minutes to do some prep work on my end. I'll be right back, and then we will start exams. And we should be able to finish exams up right at 7 o'clock.
Yay!
I notice a weird interaction with the exam system and our blips. None of us are going to be able to level up to raise the blip count for somebody the next time as easy.
Oh yeah, because they're still
Because-
worth 20 each right now.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, my
I'm
character.
okay with slowing it down.
I have I programmed a next counter in my character sheet for how much XP I need, and it just says negative 285.
Oh,
Which
oh
I-
yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes
Yeah,
sense.
which I have changed it to just overwrite with level up. Like, do it, stupid.
I've been watching this channel where this guy he just forges stuff. It's really good. His last name's Steele, which
So that's the only thing he's allowed to do on YouTube.
yeah.
All right, so Hugo, you are being examined in Introduction to Magical Biology. Geppa is being examined in History and Survey of the Orandian Mountains. Genevieve is being examined in Applied Magical Theory. Léopold is being examined in Parliamentary Debate. And Alister is being examined in Identifying Magical Fraud. So none of you can serve as each other's study buddy. Because nobody has a class in common. So, who wants to go first?
I could go.
I can go.
We have to roll to see our study session, right?
We will. I just want to get
Okay.
my notes set up here.
I
I
don't
don't
mind
think
going
any of
second.
you have an available study buddy for these classes, do you?
No.
Okay, so
Oh, that's
Yeah.
fair.
first thing, go ahead and make the associated skill check with your class. The DC is 10. If you pass, you gain 1 freebie. If you want to pull an all-nighter, you can make 2 such checks, but then you're exhausted during the exam.
You're exhausted during the exam. What does that do?
That means
You
the skill check you
disadvantage on
make
your-
during the exam in order to use your 50-50 is made at disadvantage.
We decide that. I guess we decide that before we roll, right?
What's the DC
Yes.
on that divine pencil?
The divine pencil is... It's going to be 14.
Oh, I'm gonna cram.
Yeah, me too.
So you guys are both doing an all-nighter?
Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
good. I've got 2 passes.
Okay. I
All
guess
right,
I'll also do it.
That's where I'll do it.
I
that
passed
was
once.
So, Geppa, you've got 1 freebie. Genevieve, you had 2 freebies.
2 freebies.
Okay.
I passed twice.
Alister,
The DC's 10. Go ahead.
Alister, you
Yes.
passed twice for fraud. Léopold, you got how many?
You said the DC's 10?
DC's 10 on these, yes.
Then yes. Two.
2 freebies. And Hugo, how'd you do?
I'm sorry. I'm still a little brain scrambling about what exactly the
So whatever skill you have associated with Introduction to Magical Biology, make that check. If you make it twice, that models you studying all night, but you'll be exhausted for the
Yeah.
test the next day. So you have to make that choice. You want to
And-
roll once or twice.
I'll roll twice.
Roll twice. DC is 10, and tell me how many successes you get.
None.
No successes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, no. No. It's a medicine check for me. I got 1 success.
1 success. Okay. So all 5 of you chose to cram all night. So during the test, you can spend your freebie to just skip a question and get it right automatically. You get 1 50-50. Raz keeps calling it magic pencil because he's played too much Like a Dragon.
Yeah, it's literally what we're doing right now.
The magic pencil, so that's going to be a DC 14 skill check at disadvantage to remove 2 answers. And a rule that I'm adding after feedback from the last round of exams is during an exam, you can spend 4 blips to get a freebie on a question you're currently on. And you can pass questions and come back to them. You don't have to answer them in order. That was another question that came up.
Okay. That
All
was
right.
cool,
yeah,
yeah.
that was a little bit more I was worried about that one too in the last one as well. I just didn't say anything.
All right, Hugo, why don't you join me in the D&D puzzle room for your magical
Okay.
biology exam?
Hi.
Hey, buddy. So you're exhausted for this exam.
Sure, let's go with just this exam. Yeah.
So you've got 1 freebie you can spend. You've got, if you want to spend blips, you can. And your 50-50 is going to be a DC 14 at disadvantage because you're tired. Here's your questions.
Okay.
Why are mimics such effective ambush predators? Is it A, ruins seekers have terrible impulse control? B, they change their shape to resemble inanimate objects? C, they can move silently and detect thoughts of nearby creatures? Or D, they secrete an adhesive that entraps prey when touched?
A.
It's A.
Mhm.
You're saying ruin seekers have terrible impulse control.
Correct.
Second question. Which of these methods will effectively destroy a flame skull? Is it A, the remove curse spell? B, a bucket of frigid water? C, a hammer blessed by an Aethar? Or D, speaking its true name backwards?
Run those answers by me one more time, please.
It is A, the remove curse spell. B, a bucket of frigid water. C, a hammer blessed by an Aethar. Or D, speaking its true name backwards.
Take my freebie.
Take your freebie. Okay. It is the remove curse spell. Will effectively destroy a flame skull.
Okay.
Question 3. What does a flumph feed upon? Is it A, ambient sound? B, bluish-green fungus? C, other flumphs? Or D, the mental energy of psionic creatures?
D.
Did you say B like boy or D like dog?
Delta.
Delta.
D is in Delta.
Next question. A phoenix dies and is reborn through what metaphysical process? Is it A, they take a short vacation in Velumore and return refreshed? B, they lay a special egg which hatches into their next form? C, they undergo transformation via a process linked to the solar eclipse? Or D, they burst into flame only to rise again from their own ashes?
D.
Is that beta or delta?
Delta.
Okay. Final question. The Griffin Riders of Losterian tradition use flutes made of what material to command their mounts? Is it A, obsidian? B, wood steel? C, emerald and citrine? Or D, hashed over cheese?
Wood steel.
Pencils down. Your exam is over.
Yay!
Just pause mine.
All right. Hugo's exam is completed.
Did he do well?
Well, I'll reveal the results at the end. I'll let him sit there and stew about. How about you, Geppa? Are you ready to take the exam on this incredibly boring geology class?
I haven't been paying any attention to the way this character functions.
All right. So come on into the D&D puzzle room. So you have 2 freebies that you can spend, yes? Is that correct? Are you able to hear me in here?
Right.
Okay, so you have 2 freebies. Is that correct?
Yeah, no, I only have one.
Only have 1. So you've got 1 freebie. You can make a check at disadvantage to get a 50-50.
Yep.
Or you can cash in 4 blips on a question. All right, here's your questions.
Okay. Yep.
First question. Mountain ranges, like the Orandians, are thought to be formed by what geological process? Is it A, tectonic convergence, B, heliomagnetism, C, ripples permeating from the second sundering, or D, entropic calcification?
C.
Second question. Which Strixhaven founder is responsible for splitting the earth and settling the grounds? Was it A, Aethar Silverquill, B, Dean Prismari, C, Lord Baron Coelacanth, or D, Dean Darkwood?
D.
Third question. What precious ore was at first claimed to be unique to the Orandians, but later found to be merely an alloy of silver and gold? Is it A, platinum, B, wild steel, C, electrum, or D, marbled pyrite?
C.
Question 4. What natural hazard is most likely to create peril for surveillance teams? Is it A, unpredictable magma surges, B, giant carnivorous moles, C, massive sinkholes, or D, rock slides and other forms of unstable stone?
Can I make my check?
It's a DC 14 check of whatever skill you have, and you're making it a disadvantage because we're up all night studying.
It's a fail on the check.
All right, so you don't get a 50-50.
Can I come back to this one?
Sure. Final question is, oral tradition of pre-Etherine peoples in the Orandian regions holds that spirits inhabit the stones throughout the whole range. These spirits are called what? A, splinter gnomes, B, Galeb Dur, C, golemnians, or D, mud mephits?
Galeb Dur, that was C?
Galeb Dur was
B?
B.
Yeah, B.
Then we're back to what natural hazard is
I'm
most...
going to take my freebie for that one.
It is rock slides and other forms of unstable stone. All right, pencils down. Your test is over.
All right.
All right,
Yeah.
Geppa has been examined in history and survey of the Orandian mountains. Genevieve, you're up with applied magical theory.
Sure.
Just waiting for Raz. There he is. There's Raz.
Yeah, no, I can't move myself in here, but McDohl can.
Oh, you can't? That's weird. You should be able to. So
Yeah,
you've
no,
got,
I click on it and nothing happens. I have a padlock icon.
you have
for
2
it.
freebies and you have a 50-50 magic pencil at disadvantage.
Yep.
All right. First question is, what happens to a spell when its caster loses concentration? Is it A, the spell ends immediately, B, the spell lingers briefly before fading, C, the spell's effects become unpredictable, commonly referred to as a wild surge, or D, the spell files a complaint with the Quandrit's Magical Oversight Committee?
Can you read the choices again?
Sure. A, the spell ends immediately. B, the spell lingers briefly before fading. C, the spell's effects become unpredictable, commonly referred to as a wild surge. Or D, the spell files a complaint with the Quandrit's Magical Oversight Committee.
I'm going to just say A.
Second question. Before the founding of Strixhaven, magic users required what sort of mechanism in order to channel magical spells? Was it A, a jeweled magnifying glass, B, a house relic, C, a rare and delicious egg, or D, a magical map?
House Relic.
Next question. What happens if one casts Counterspell to counter the spell Counterspell? Is it A, the countered Counterspell is not countered? B, countered spells cannot counter Counterspell? C, the Counterspell spell is countered? Or D, the Counterspell is misspelled and its counter is incremented by 1?
Freebie. I don't want you to repeat that.
Don't even want to hear that again.
I don't even want to hear. I don't want to hear that again, and nobody else should ever have to hear that again.
Next question.
So Freebie, but what was the correct answer?
The Counterspell spell is countered.
Yeah, I couldn't parse any of that. What letter was it?
C.
See.
Next question. Which of the following determines amplification of a magic spell? Is it A, the alignment of celestial bodies? B, the caster's innate talent, training, and knowledge? C, the number and material makeup of magical trinkets the caster is wearing? Or D, how loud the name of the spell is shouted upon casting?
You're gonna have to repeat all of that.
Sure. A, the alignment of celestial
No,
bodies.
I need the question also.
Which of the following determines the amplification of a magic spell? A, the alignment of celestial bodies. B, the caster's innate talent, training, and knowledge. C, the number and material makeup of magical trinkets the caster is wearing. Or D, how loud the name of the spell is shouted upon casting.
B.
That's B like beta?
Yeah.
All right. Final question. Which of the following is an example of sanguescence, aka blood magic? Is it A, a Gorgon's petrification ability? B, an Athar's ability to close wounds? C, a diver's ability to hold their breath underwater? Or D, a warlock's ability to harness an unseelie pact?
I'm gonna use my freebie because I have it, but I think the answer is A.
The answer is A, using your freebie. And pencils down. Your test is over.
I didn't cram for nothing.
Hi.
Genevieve is completed with her applied magical theory exam.
I can get out of the room. I just can't go into the room. There we go.
Leopold, you are being examined in parliamentary debate. If you would join me in the D&D puzzle room.
I'm not prepared for this. I am here, sir.
All right. So you have 2 freebies, is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you have
blips.
You also have blips, and you have 50-50, which is a skill check DC 14 at disadvantage if you want it.
Yep. On that skill check, is it the same? It's the skill that's being tested?
Yes, but the DC is 14.
Yes. I was just double checking that. All right.
First question. Construct the strongest possible opposition to a proposed tax on remarketed house relics sourced from defunct nobility. A. The tax will encourage irresponsible use of magic. B. The tax will disproportionately affect ruin seekers and small businesses. C. The tax price remarketed relics out of the range of those who would purchase them for their aesthetic value. Or D. Taxation is inherently theft.
Oh, that last one's a little libertarian. The question one more time?
Construct the strongest possible opposition. Okay, construct the strongest possible opposition to a proposed tax on remarketed house relics sourced from defunct nobility. Do you need the answers?
Okay. Yes. One more time.
A. The tax will encourage irresponsible use of magic. B. The tax will disproportionately affect ruins seekers and small businesses. C. the tax will price remarketed relics out of the range of those who would purchase them for their aesthetic value, or D, taxation is inherently theft.
A. Final answer.
Second question. If a debater continually interrupts their opponent and refuses to yield the floor, they are violating which principle of parliamentary debate? Is it A, the principle of engagement, B, the rule of order, C, the doctrine of eloquence, or D, the chitter-chatter yimmer-yammer rule?
Freebie.
Take the freebie. It is, in fact, the rule of order.
Yeah. I was going to guess that, but yeah.
Third question. Which of the following best describes the concept of burden of proof? Is it A, the side with the greatest physical burden in terms of reference material, therefore has the most proof? B, the requirement that the government must present sufficient reasoning and evidence to support its case? C, the idea that both sides must equally share evidentiary duty? Or D, a rule stating magical evidence is automatically inadmissible?
Trying to think about what would be applicable because that's not the burden of proof in real life. I'm gonna make the 14 check.
Okay, making this at disadvantage because you were up all night studying.
Yes. All right. And it is a...
What skill is it for you?
Insights. That is a 14.
Okay, so we will
Plus
remove...
4, and I rolled a 10.
We're going to remove C and D. So it's either A, the side with the greatest physical burden in terms of reference material, therefore has the most proof, or B, the requirement that the government must present sufficient reasoning and evidence to support its case.
Say answer A one more time.
The side with the greatest physical
The wording on that confused
burden
me.
is terms of reference material, therefore has the most proof.
B.
Going with B.
I think what I'm parsing on A is that it's saying that whoever has the most paperwork wins, which isn't, I don't think, true. Which, I mean, you know.
Next question. During a rebuttal, a debater uses an argument that was not previously mentioned in the debate. What is this called? Is it A, a straw man, which is only allowed if the rebutter sits adjacent to an actual straw man? B, a novel argument, which is disallowed as part of a rebuttal? C, a slippery slope, because rebuttals often lead to more rebuttals and to more ad infinitum? Or D, a point of information, because such a rebuttal always claims a point in formal debate?
Freebie.
Take the freebie. That's your second freebie. It is, in fact, a novel argument.
Yep.
And the final question. A debater proclaims, you either support Parliament or you are against the prosperity of the Republic. What logical fallacy have they committed? Is it A, the reckless spendthrift fallacy, B, ad hominem, C, circular reasoning, or D, the false dilemma?
So there was you said ad hominem and false dilemma. What was the other two?
It was A, the reckless spendthrift fallacy, B, ad hominem, C, circular reasoning, and D, the false dilemma.
I'm gonna say ad hominem because it sounds like they're attacking the person
Okay.
making the argument.
And pencils down. Your exam is over.
Mm-hmm.
All right. There's only one of you left. Alister is being examined in identifying magical fraud. If you would join me in the D&D puzzle room.
Okay.
He sounded thrilled. He's thrilled to be
Let's
taking his
get
exam.
ready to fail.
Are you ready to fail? You think so? You've got 2 freebies, a 50-50 disadvantage.
Yeah, I
and
got
some
2
points.
freebies and yeah.
All right, here you go. First question. A traveling artificer claims to sell potions that permanently increase intelligence, but refuses to let anyone test them beforehand. What is the most likely sign of magical fraud? Is it A, the lack of verifiable proof of effectiveness? B, the fact that the potion's label simply reads Smarty Juice? C, the high price? Or D, the artificer's insistence that only worthy minds can appreciate the potion's effects?
It's so many. Can you repeat those answers?
Sure. A, the lack of verifiable proof of effectiveness. B, the fact that the potion's label simply reads Smarty Juice. C, the high price. Or D, the artificer's insistence that only worthy minds can appreciate the potion's effects.
I want to go with A. What was the question again? How can you...
A traveling
know that it's magical
artificer
fraud?
claims to sell potions that permanently increase intelligence, but refuses to let anyone test them beforehand. What's the most likely sign of magical fraud?
I'm going to say A. The lack of verifiable proof.
Okay. Second question. A noble hires a diviner who guarantees 100% accurate visions of the future. What is the biggest red flag? Is it A, divination magic reveals possibilities, not certainties? B, the diviner claims to be self-taught? C, the noble insists on creating policy based on the diviner's insights? Or D, the diviner has a no refunds sign?
I'm going to go with A.
Go with A. Next question is...
It's not guaranteed. It's just a possibility.
A bard offers to sell enchanted instruments that make anyone a musical genius. What is the most reasonable way to test this claim? Is it A, ask the bard for a written guarantee? B, have someone with no musical training try to play one? C, take the bard's word, bards are usually trustworthy? Or D, ask if the bard also sells magical ear mufflers to guard against bad performances?
I mean, you can always trust a bard, but you know what? I'm gonna use my 50-50 on this one.
It's a DC 14. What ability, what skill do you have attached to this class?
This is investigation.
So DC 14 investigation check at disadvantage.
That's a fail.
A fail, so we're not removing any of them.
That's fine. I'm gonna say B. Can you repeat what B was?
B was have someone with no musical training try to play one.
Yeah, that one. B.
Okay. Next question. A potion seller insists their elixirs work only when the user believes in them strongly enough. What is the most likely explanation? A, the seller is rebottling lake water and hoping no one notices. B, the seller is relying on the placebo effect. C, the potions work as advertised, but only if the buyer believes. And D, the potions cause belief. Other effects are mere side effects.
I'm going to use my freebie, but I feel like it could either be B or D. Probably B.
It is, in fact.
Actually,
B.
It is B? Okay.
Relax.
Yeah, I was going to... Is the placebo effect a thing in D&D?
A placebo effect is a thing everywhere. Remember, D&D is physics.
That's true. Yes.
Final question. A noble hires a necromancer to speak with their deceased ancestor, but the spirit only gives vague answers. What is the best way to confirm fraud? A. Ensure the spirit is wearing the same noble attire as a painting of the ancestor commissioned in life. B. There is no way to tell for certain. Real spirits are naturally vague. C. Ask how many fingers you're holding up. Real spirits have excellent eyesight. Or D. Ask specific, independently researched questions that only the ancestor would know in life.
I'm going to take the freebie because I have it.
Okay.
And I'm going to... D is probably the right answer. On that
D is the correct answer. And pencils down. Your test is over.
Okay.
All right. I have everybody's examination results.
Yeah.
Hugo, Introduction to Magical Biology. You scored a 4 out of 5.
Huh.
Congratulations, you passed.
Yeah.
So you can go ahead and level up and take one of your D4s. Geppa was examined in History and Survey of the Orandian Mountains. And he also got a 4 out of 5. So he can go ahead and level up and take one of his D4s. Genevieve was examined in Applied Magical Theory. And that's a 5 out of 5. So
Hell yeah.
Genevieve levels up and takes both of her D4s. Leo was examined in Parliamentary Debate.
Mhm.
And he got a 3 out of 5. So that's a level up, and you can take one of your D4s. Alister was examined in Identifying Magical Fraud. And that's a 5 out of 5.
Nice.
Yay.
Aced the test, so you level up and take 2 D4s. So everybody gets to level up and get some number of D4s.
Oh, how do I select these boxes?
All I do is pick the martial archetype, which means I need Tasha's.
I'm not going to reveal what question it was in case somebody else takes this Applied Magical Theory course. But I mentioned
no,
I
I
had...
already said it.
Oh,
He's already told us.
I had
he's
one
gonna take it,
one
don't
troll
worry.
question, and Raz was just like, "No, fuck that, and fuck
Yeah,
you."
no. Yeah, I didn't say that. I was like, but I almost thought about interrupting you while you were asking me the question. Like, you know what? I don't care what the choices are. Freebie. But I wanted to hear the choices. And I'm glad I did, because now I never had to hear those sentences again.
It was a fun question to write.
I can
All right.
imagine. Like,
Everybody's going to reach level 3, and when we come back next week, we will begin on the finale of your year 1 classes.
hooray.